So she can exit and rejoin. Okay, so let's continue. So what I was saying is that sexual reproduction occurs under harsh environmental conditions. And when the two strains come together and they unite as one big cell, their genetic content mixed together, then several structures form within that combined species. And that is those reproductive structures that form are called spores. They are called spores. And the spores help them to live in harsh environment because the spores will be formed within a protective layer called cyst. The cyst is like the shell of an egg. Okay, let's liken it to it that the shell is protecting the embryo in the egg. The same way the cyst of the sexually conjugated species also protects the embryos within, and that the cyst, because it's a hard protective layer, if the environment is so harsh like that there's no water, there's no food available because of drought, the cyst will protect the spores inside for as long as it will last. And when the conditions become a little bit okay, then the cyst will hatch. Sometimes if the cyst is on if the cyst is falls on plant leaf or even on the ground, people take the cyst into the mouth and into the intestines, and the enzymes, digestive enzymes in the intestines would cause the cyst to be less hard, to be soft, so that when it comes out of the body and it falls on the ground, even a little amount of dew or little droplet of rain can cause the cyst to burst, so that the spores can be freed from the cyst and the spores can germinate. So the reason why they are able to survive harsh environment is that even if it's in the same harsh environment and the cyst opens, wind can carry the spores along, and whenever they land somewhere and the condition is conducive, then they will germinate. Or sometimes humans, animals, as I said, we can carry them as part of our food, and when we move from one place to the other and we release these spores as well as through defecation, and they germinate, then they have been moved from one harsh environment to a more conducive environment, and the species will survive without becoming extinct. Please, do we understand up to this point?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes,
Yes.
please.
So what are the importance of these protists to us? There are several protists. And we can look at some of the protists individually, not all the members of the protist, but we look at some individually. But what I put here is a generalized importance that we have documented as scientists, because some protists are of great medical importance to us. Some of them cause disease, some of them cause human diseases, some cause animal diseases, and even plant diseases. So these organisms that cause diseases are of medical importance, which means that scientists are working so that they can get medicine or drugs that can destroy these protists when they come into our body. And that is the case. Some of them too, they are of medical importance because we will use their product to aid surgery or to treat other conditions. Just as I told you that some bacteria are being used to produce antibiotics, like the noradin and the tetracycline and the stuff. They are gotten from bacteria. So while some bacteria are causing diseases, others are becoming medically useful to us. The same applies to the protists as well. Because most of them are photoautotrophs, their photosynthetic activities lead to the production of oxygen. And oxygen is useful to us as humans and other animals as well. So the utility of oxygen is not only on Earth, but even in water. Fishes and other organisms in water, they must breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. So there are protists in the water body that photosynthesize and they bring out oxygen as well. The proteins also serve as a source of food or source of energy for us, okay, and as well as our animals. Some of them enter into a symbiotic relationship with other organisms, and as they form a symbiotic association, the association could be very, very harmful to one of the species. That is what we call parasitism, whilst it could also be beneficial to the two species forming the symbiotic association, and that is called mutualism. So we will look at some few here, but what we need to understand that the biological association between the protists and other organisms could be very harmful, or it could also be beneficial. So there are organisms that we call the coral reef, and the coral reef formation is enhanced by this symbiotic association between the animals and then the plant species in the aquatic environment. So yeah, let's look at some of the protists. Some of the protists behave like, or they are described as animals, while some of them are described as plants. Some of them are described as animals, while some are described as plants. So let's look at the plant-like protists. I have an array of beautiful diagrams here. The diatoms, the dinoflagellates, the coccolithops, and then the coccolithophores, and then the radiolarians. Okay, some of these are some examples, but we are not going to treat all of them. We will look at the diatoms, the iglinus, the green algae, the brown algae, and the red algae. These are of much industrial and medicinal significance to us as humans. So we start with the diatoms. These shiny, beautiful creatures. They are very small, but they are really, really important. See, the diatoms, as the name implies, they are very tiny. They are like atoms. That's why we use the term diatoms. They are planktons that are very tiny, and you can't see with your naked eye unless there's a bloom that you can see them. So they are mostly unicellular. They can be found in both aquatic environment like the seawater or the ocean, and then the fresh water. And because they are photosynthetic, they produce a lot of oxygen for us. So they serve as an important source of oxygen for heterotrophs in the ecosystem. They also serve as a source of food because some organisms feed on these plankton. So when plankton's number increase, then aquatic organisms also get a lot of food to eat. Structurally, when you look at it, they are like a bivalve. They have two valves. Let me put it that way. They have two valves or shells. Let's say a shell that is split into two. They have shell that is split into two, and the shell can open and close. So the body of the diatom is inside the shell. One shell is bigger than the other, so the smaller one is acting as a lid of the bigger one, so that it covers the diatom in the shell. That is the structure of this organism. The important thing is that the shell is so glassy. So glassy. It's made up of material that we call silica. Actually, when you say silica, generally silica means sand, or it's like a material that is used to make glass, the shiny glass that we have. So the shell of the diatom contains silica, which is a common ingredient for making glass. But the usage goes beyond production of glass. The diatoms are classified under the phylum Chrysophyta. Some authors call it Chrysophyta, others will call it Basileophyta. Whichever way you call it, the same organisms that are being classified or given different names for their group of phylum or the phyla that they belong to. When it comes to nutrition, diatoms contain chlorophylls A and C in their chloroplast because they are photosynthetic. Some diatoms also contain a golden brown pigment called the fucosanthin. That's why people usually call diatoms the golden algae. They call diatoms the golden algae. Yes, of course they are algae, but because of the pigment that gives that golden appearance, we call them golden algae. As I indicated, because they are photosynthetic, they are a good source of food for other heterotrophs in the aquatic environment, and they are a good source of oxygen for every organism that breathes in air and utilizes oxygen. Okay, so these are some examples of the species that I put their pictures here. This is not an exhaustive list. You see, diatoms, if you look at them under a microscope, they look so glassy like this, especially the ones that are not expressing the golden algae, the golden brown pigment. They look like glass. They look glassy and so beautiful. That is why we are saying that their wall contains silica or glass, silica that is used for making glass. So actually, their significance to us is that these organisms are plenty in the ocean. When they settle at the bottom of the ocean or when they die, their shell accumulates at the bottom of the ocean. And people are diving to the bottom of the sea, or where they know these organisms are plenty, they are diving to go and collect the soil. The soil is called diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth. This diatomaceous earth accumulates due to the large amount of diatoms that are dying. Actually, diatoms don't have long lifespan, so they multiply fast, they die fast, and they accumulate largely at the bottom of the ocean or at the floor of the ocean. And when people harvest diatomaceous earth, they use it as filtering agent, they use as soundproofing material, they use it as gentle abrasive. So if you want to polish a surface of your gold or something, something that needs to be polished and made shiny, they use diatomaceous earth to make those abrasives. Toothpaste. Some toothpaste are very expensive because they contain these expensive materials, while some toothpaste are very cheap because they don't contain this. If you use those toothpaste, your teeth may be staining brown or yellow. But if you use the expensive toothpaste, you may be having your white, shiny teeth. Car polish. Car polish too. Some of the cars, when they are driving or they are being driven in the sun, you can see that they are reflecting light because the car is shiny. When you look at the road markings that they paint the road, some portion yellow, some portion white. These polished or these paints contain reflective substances made from this diatomaceous earth, so that when light shines on the paint on the floor, the driver knows that you have to stick to the right or you have to stick to the left of the marking, or you don't have to go off the road. So these organisms are very useful to us in making reflective paints for road markings and other kind of warning paints. Besides their usefulness, they can also be very harmful to us. For example, if you allow what we call effluents, like sewage, if you dump sewage into water, if you allow fertilizer to wash into water bodies, then the nutrients become overly available to the diatoms. So they feed on these organic substances and they multiply in number. When they multiply in number, they become a little bit stressed. So when they become stressed, they begin to release poison. There's a hand up, right? Somebody wants to talk? Okay. When they are stressed in the environment, they release toxic substances into the water. So if they release toxic substances, even in their cells, and then they are not pouring it into water, when fishes eat them, or shellfishes eat them, or some marine organisms eat them, then the organisms become poisoned. When they become poisoned, then if birds feed on the poisoned fishes, then the birds also become poisoned. So algal bloom, we call it harmful algal bloom. When algal bloom occur, toxic substances accumulate a lot. If somebody goes fishing and the fishes are poisoned and they are not going deep into the water, but they are coming up towards the surface of the water to die, and the person says, oh, today I have bumper harvest, and catches this poisoned fish. When humans eat, when birds eat, they also get poisoned. So if you look at this picture, in 2009, in Washington State, okay, like America, 10,000 seabirds die. They died due to consumption of harmful organisms or fishes who have accumulation of harmful algae in them. So it is not always a good thing that the algae are multiplying and that they are going to more or less produce a lot of oxygen for us. No. When the algae multiply, they produce this substance called domoic acid, which is a neurotoxin. And when we say it's a neurotoxin, it means that it destroys the brain cells, it destroys the cells of the spinal cord, it destroys the nerves in the body. So when fishes eat or shellfishes eat, it causes what we call amnesic shellfish poison. Amnesic means forgetfulness, amnesia means forgetfulness. But these algae can accumulate in fishes like sardines, and when sea lions, sea otters, other organisms feed on these poisoned fishes, then the person may become poisoned as well. So the person is likely to go into coma or die from the process. Okay, so that is about the positive aspect of the diatoms as well as the negative aspects of the diatoms. Any question up to this point? Any question? Should I continue? Yes, Mr. Abaka.
Yes, sir. Sir, please, the diatoms, are they only found in the oceans? Only in the
No,
oceans?
they are found in fresh water as well.
Okay.
Even if there's a film of water somewhere and their spore settle in it, the spores will germinate, but maybe harsh environment will not make them grow.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so in that case, we will continue. Thanks for your involvement. Now let's look at the flagellates. An example of the flagellates is the dinoflagellate that I showed in the diagram. But as the name implies, it means they have a locomotory structure called flagellum. Some may have more than one flagellum, and then we call it plural flagella. So some of these organisms, there are thousands of protists that are flagellates, thousands of them that have flagella. Some of them are free living. They don't depend on any organism for their food because they are autotrophic, while some are parasitic and that they need other organisms as hosts for their survival. Even humans are also a host to some of these flagellates. Okay, there's a group of flagellates that we call zooflagellates, as the name implies, because they are motile, they move, they are zooflagellates. We have some we call the guano flagellates, and these guano flagellates appear to be resembling some cells in animals called sponges. So we will talk about sponges anyway, but they resemble sponges, and therefore it is believed that these guanoflagellates are relatives of animals, which means they must have evolved into members of the kingdom Animalia somehow. That is the assumption. Okay. Flagellates can reproduce by sexual reproduction or asexual reproduction. Okay, so if it is by asexual reproduction, binary fission by end mitosis and meiosis will lead to, or cytokinosis lead to, not meiosis, but mitosis and then cell division leads to binary fission, which means one organism just gets up and split into two. Yes, James, you are there. You may ask your question, Mr. Tete.
Please, in the case of paramecium,
Yeah.
can we classify it under flagellate? And if it is so, does it undergo binary fission or undergoes fusion? Thank you.
Okay, so paramecium doesn't have flagellum. Paramecium has cilia. So
It's
we will
ciliated.
classify paramecium under
Okay, for movement, right? The cilia for movement.
yes, for movement. So they are split.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, sir. I have a question.
Mr. Jima, let's talk.
Please, for diatoms, we know that they contain silica, which is a very giant covalent compound, but yet they are not able to survive harsh conditions. Why?
Okay, so the silica is in their shell, not in their soft body.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the shell is protecting them. They need more water so that they can feed or they can photosynthesize. So if the harsh environment there's lesser amount of water, they become destroyed. They die. The soft body dies, but the silica will remain in the soil, and we can harvest it and use it for our good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So as I indicated, the dinoflagellates, they belong to the phylum Pyrophyta, and they also are protected by some plates, not necessarily plate like a snail shell, but they have an outer covering that is quite hard because the outer covering contains cellulose. You know, cellulose is also a structural carbohydrate that is found in plants, and we also have cellulose in the outer protection. Some have one flagellum, some have more than one flagellum, some have two, but the term dino means they have two dies. The term dino means die. So some flagella have more, some proteins have more flagellates, but the dino they have two. I can show you a diagram of a dino flagellate, then we come back to this slide. So you see, this flagellate has one, if you follow the cursor, it has one groove in the middle like this, and it also has one groove down here. So it has this circular groove and this longitudinal groove. Okay, and in each groove we have flagellum. So we have this flagellum going this way in the longitudinal groove. We also have a flagellum that comes this way in the circular and then the longitudinal groove. So two different flagella that they have. So we say that most have two flagella. One lies in the longitudinal groove, whilst it's distal and it's free and it can move. And then we have the transverse groove that the another one also lies. And they all help in the movement or locomotion. Charity.
Doc, you
Yes, dear.
just ended up answering my question. I wanted to ask whether the transverse one, can they also use it for movement? But you have answered it. Thank you.
Oh yes. Okay. So the longitudinal one is used as rudder. Rudder, like it's like it is used for changing direction. Okay. Whilst the transverse one, when it moves, it's helped the organism to spin so that it can move in a particular direction. So when it is spinning in a particular direction and it wants to change direction, then it will have to beat the one in the longitudinal groove so that it can change direction towards where it wants to go. Okay. They are both marine and freshwater forms of the dinoflagellates, and because they are photosynthetic, because some are photosynthetic, the photosynthetic ones have chlorophylls A and C, while those that lack chloroplast also are heterotrophic. That means they feed on other dinoflagellates or other organisms. So this is a typical diagram I have explained to you. But you see, this is also a protist, and when it is stressed, it can also produce some kind of toxin that can destroy the nerves of any organism that consumes this kind of organism. But some are very, very beautiful, and they are used in aquaria. Maybe there will be aquarium where you see some water in a glass, and the water is sparkling like this, because these are what we call bioluminescence. Bioluminescence, that the organism has some pigments that can illuminate environment where it is. So this is Polycystis fusiformis, a form of dinoflagellate that is being used for aesthetic purposes, for the beauty in aquatic environment, in aquarium or aquaria. Dinoflagellates are not always pleasant. As I indicated, under harsh conditions, they bloom, they increase in number. So when they produce some red pigment, they appear red on the surface of the water, like you see in this diagram. And this is what scientists call the red tide. The red tide. When the red tide occurs and fishes and other organisms consume this and neurotoxins accumulate in their body, then it causes what they call paralytic shellfish poisoning. And paralytic shellfish poisoning, as I said, the fishes don't stay at the bottom of the water. They will come up to the surface of the water to die. And when they die and humans go to catch them, the humans also eat, and it also paralyzes our respiratory muscles, and we cannot breathe, and we also die. So that is the point. As I said, those that are photosynthetic are very useful to us. Those that are heterotrophic too may be useful to us as well, but in their large numbers, they cause death. Okay, so for Tampuri,
Yes,
please
sir.
stop.
It's Solomon, but it was a mistake, and I put it there before.
Okay,
Doc, if
Solomon.
I can, my question is if I can quite remember, when I was a child, they used to go to this river, Tyne, that is Bono region.
Okay.
Tyne. They will go and pour some, within some harvesting season, they'll go and buy some drugs called DDT. They'll go and pour it inside the water. Then 3 days time, they will go and all the fishes will die. Then they will just be harvesting them.
Yes.
So they will harvest them, come back and then process it and sell it or eat, and nothing will happen to them. So what is the name of it? What is the effect of that?
So you see, Solomon, that's a very good question. When somebody is poisoning himself or herself, it's not all the time that the effect is immediate. It's not all the time that the effect is immediate. The poison accumulates in the body. After some time, that it will cause harm to the organs in the body, and by the time the organs are adequately destroyed, that is when the person sees. But at which time the person might have poisoned him or herself like 6 months earlier or 3 months earlier, because the amount of DDT that they are putting in the water is not sufficient to kill the human. So they think that it's sufficient to kill the fish and it will not harm them, but the effect is a long-term effect. That is why it is just like this. There's the Galamsey pollution of water, and then the amount of water we are consuming now. We think, oh, we are okay. We think we are okay, but I must tell you that in the next 10, 20 years, when we reach our retirement age, that we need to enjoy our retirement, that is where we are going to spend all our monies on healthcare. And some of us, we may even die before our pension money will be awarded to us. Somebody will inherit our pension money whilst we battle with diseases. And what is the point that even if you have all your pension money and you can't enjoy it? Last week when I was sick, I had received a huge sum of money from somewhere. And look at me, somebody who is sick in bed, cannot even eat, cannot even drink water. And I think of the money in my account and say, what is the worry in life? No, we are poisoning ourselves gradually, and we are going to spend all our hard-earned money on health. So let's encourage people not to be poisoning water, not to be poisoning food as well. All right, so I'll call Joshua.
Hello, sir.
Joshua, let's talk.
Yeah, so is it always that when fishes die on the surface of the river that they have taken in the red tide?
Oh, not necessarily so. Not necessarily so. But the truth is that when fishes are heavily poisoned, they stay afloat. They stay afloat. Fish can die. They also have their diseases apart from the algae bloom. They have their diseases and they die. Some of them get attacked by predators, but they escape and eventually they will die. Okay. And
Okay,
some
sir.
some
So I
okay,
quite remember that I was a fisherman back then.
okay.
People normally use dynamite, and
Mhm,
immediately they use the dynamite, the fishes will die, but they'll be on the surface
mhm,
of the water. How
mhm.
about that one too?
Yes. Anything that dies in water, any heavy organism, apart from the bacteria or the diatoms that are in the soil at the bottom of the water, the water always will reject its dead bodies. So anything that dies in water becomes filled with air in the lungs and will float on the surface of water.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome. Charity.
Doc,
Yes, dear.
uh, through your presentation, you made mention that all living things undergo life processes, and I want to ask these diatoms that are at the bottom of the water. How do they take in oxygen?
So some of these organisms, as you learn from the bacteria, that some can survive in harsh environment. So some of these organisms they just survive under the harsh environment, such that the little amount of oxygen molecule in there they utilize it. But the point is that some of them they are not necessarily utilizing oxygen as a fuel. They are only utilizing other source of other materials or other molecules, but rather produce oxygen as a waste product for other organisms to benefit. That is
Okay,
it.
okay. Thank you,
So
sir.
there are Christians among us, and according to the Bible, according to the Bible, when Moses went to Pharaoh and Pharaoh was not listening to Moses, God turned the water to blood. That is what the Bible says. Is that what your Bible tells you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very good. But what scientists know is that we are not saying God didn't touch the water, but what we are saying that God didn't turn the water to blood. God rather caused a bloom. So it was red tide. It was red tide. The writers of the Bible didn't understand what red tide mean, so they called uh, blood. So that is when the Egyptians, when their dogs and their goats were fed with the water, they died because they had accumulation of neurotoxins. So it affected their nervous system. They became paralyzed and they couldn't eat, they couldn't breathe, and they died. So this is the biological explanation to what happened in Egypt several years ago. Please don't go and tell your Osofu to come and fight me, but I'm a biologist, and this is the plausible explanation we can give to what happened. All right. The Muslims, if you don't agree, don't fight me. Christians, if you don't agree, don't fight me. That is what I understand. So we are done with the dinoflagellates. Let's talk about the iglinoids. We are still on plant-like protists that are able to manufacture their own food, and some cannot anyway, but some are able to manufacture their own food. So they behave like plants. Iglina are unicellular freshwater organisms, and a third of them, when you pick all the Iglina on Earth, and they are like 1,000 or say 3,000, 1,000 among them is able to, or they're able to photosynthesize, while the 2,000 cannot photosynthesize. So not all Iglina are photosynthetic. Okay, so they have this paranoid as something surrounding as a pigment or surrounding their chloroplast, and they are able to store carbohydrates, a carbohydrate that they call the paramylon. in the Iglina. Okay. Iglina can have one flagellum, like you can see in this diagram, one flagellum, but there can be as many as 3 or more flagella for this Iglina, so that it can move in different direction. Always flagella are at the apical region, the head region, as you can see here. You know, interestingly, this flagella, this Iglina has a photoreceptor, or what you call the light spot, or the eye spot, so that it is able to move towards light. It is able to move towards light. So it comes to a time that if they are in water and the sun shines on the water, they will come to the surface of the water. Sometimes they cluster and they are pushed by current or air current to one side at the edge of the water. Yes, so they love light and they help them to photosynthesize or go straight towards light to get photosynthesis. They can, though some they are able to photosynthesize, but if conditions are harsh and they cannot photosynthesize, then they become heterotrophic. They become heterotrophic. But those that lack the green pigment chlorophyll, they are largely heterotrophic. So that is it about Iglina. There's not much to talk about, just one slide. Now let's go to the green algae proper. The green algae proper. Okay, we call them, they belong to the phylum Chlorophyta. They belong to, okay, please let me tell you this way. When an organism is described as plants and largely, it doesn't belong to a phylum, but rather belongs to a division. So in classification, we don't use phylum for plants, we use division for plants. So these green algae that are behaving entirely as plants, we say that they belong to the division Chlorophyta. So chloro means chlorophyll. Chlorophyta. So they contain chlorophyll and they have different pigments. Chlorophyll come in different forms, but beside the chlorophyll too, they may have different pigments in their cell. So some have orange color, some have red color, some look like, they look brown like rust, like a rusted nail or something. Some of them occur as single, some of them occur as filamentous multicellular, some of them also cluster as colonia, like more of them come together like a ball. They call them colonial form, and some are double layered. We call them, they are bilayered species. So some, as I said, some of the green algae are unicellular, some are multicellular, so they can exist in different forms. They can live in fresh water, they can live in salt water, they can live on dampy environment on land, they can live there. Because they have pigment that is like that of plants, we say that they are very closely related to green plants. And you know, plants have cellulose in their cell wall. So this green algae, they also have cellulose in their cell wall. Plant has chlorophylls A and B in their chloroplast. This green algae also has chlorophylls A and B in their chloroplast, and they are able to manufacture their own food as well. So that is it about the green algae. Not so much to talk about them. They are very useful to us because they produce oxygen from their photosynthetic activities, but they also serve as food. They also serve as food to humans and other aquatic organisms. So they are very useful. Now we move on to the brown algae, that they belong to the division Phyophyta. They are plants. Actually, if you look at this one, the picture here, this is like a plant at the bottom of the ocean. At the bottom of the ocean, these plants grow in large numbers that when you are there, it's like you are in a forest. Those who have dived, those who do diving, they call it the ocean forest. The ocean forest. So the brown algae largely marine, like they are in the ocean, and that the example is the giant kelp plant that forms forest at the bottom of the ocean. Since they are plant-like, they contain chlorophylls A and C. They also contain this pigment called the fucosanthin. The fucosanthin is the golden brown pigment in the plant. Okay. They synthesize food and they store food in the form of carbohydrates that we call laminarin. It's important that the kind of starch or carbohydrate stored in the brown algae is laminarin. Okay. These plants, they are able to stay wet even if there's no water covering their body. They are able to stay wet because they have this mucilage substance that they secrete around their cell, so that this mucilage will help retain water in their body, that they don't water is not easily evaporated from their surface when the environment is dry, so that the water level goes down. So they always look fresh, they always look green, and that is really interesting about these plants. So when we look at green algae, we look at the other form of algae like the red algae and the brown algae. We collectively call them seaweeds because, as I said, they are weed or they are plants in the ocean or even the freshwater, and they grow like weeds that we have on our earth, that at our backyard and in our farms that we clear. The brown algae are observed along rocky coasts. And at the rocky coast, you know, if you learn about this in habitat ecology, that we have what we call tide, where sea level can rise and water will flow, and then the level goes down and water flows back into the sea. So they are the rocky environment, tide comes to hit them, and then the water goes back. But still, they are able to survive because of their flexible stem and their hold fast that they use to hold firmly to the ground. Because of the mucilage that protect the surface from drying, so that even when the water goes down and the plant is exposed, they don't dry up. So the curb, laminaria, is a curb plants. Some of them are not so huge, some of them are huge. You also have the fucus as a member of the brown algae along the shoreline or the rocky shoreline. And in the deep waters, in the deep ocean, that's where you see the giant ones that they form the forest. Neurocystis and macrocystis are the giant one that form huge forests at the bottom of the ocean. You also have some of the species that we call, of the genus that we call sargassum. Yes, they are also in the ocean. You see, sometimes if you have lived in the coastal town before, sometimes you realize that on the surface of the water or of the ocean, you see a lot of weed on the surface of the ocean, as if somebody has dumped waste there. Or sometimes you go to the beach and a lot of seaweed have swept to the shore, to the sandy beach. These are all giant kelp or microcystis or sargassum that break off due to human activity or due to the volume of water that smashes against them, and then they are swept to the beach as such. If you look at this diagram, this is how a typical giant brown algae looks like. They don't have roots. They have what we call hold fast that they use to hold firmly to substrate, maybe soil in the ground or the rocky surfaces on which they grow. They have stipe, that is a resemblance of the stem of a plant, and the stipe is quite flexible, so it doesn't break off easily. They have blades, that is reminiscence of the leaves of plants, but at the stalk of the blades, we have these balloons, air-filled balloons that will keep the leaf afloat or the plant afloat, so that it doesn't get submerged or doesn't get broken or whatever by tough current. So these are the parts of a macrocystis plant, algae in the deep sea. The same that we can also talk about the fucus and the laminaria. What are the importance of these plant organisms to us, algae? They are a source of food for humans and other organisms that eat these plants or these plant-like structures. They are habitat for aquatic organisms because they grow like forest fishes stay there, crabs stay there, any other shrimps, lobsters that find themselves in the environment, they also stay in the forest as well. Humans go down diving, harvesting these, they come to cook them and eat. Some are using the product from these plant-like algae as fertilizers. But also, there's a substance called argin. Argin can be extracted from the plant. And argin is usually added to ice cream and other dairy products to give them their smooth consistency that we have. Because if you pick ice cream, for example, if it is melting, it is like all the thing is melting together. It's not like water that we have ice, it's floating and some water molecules are surrounding. Ice cream has some creamy, smooth consistency due to the presence of argin. So this is really important to us. Then we have the next algae that we call the red algae. They also look actually like brown, but we call them red algae. They are mostly marine as the brown algae. They contain chlorophyll A, but not C. So you have to remember, they contain chlorophyll A, but not C. They also have the pigment called the phycobilin that gives the brown or reddish brown appearance that we see. They store food or glycogen in the form of what we call Floridian starch. Floridian starch. So the red algae is also important, a lot of importance, because it is also used in ice cream. It is also used in hair conditioners. Hair conditioners. People harvest it and eat in certain parts of the world. The mucilage in the cell wall is a source of what we call agar. And agar is of so much a commercial value that when you are taking capsule, like amoxicillin capsule. I mean, amoxicillin is in the form of capsule. Yes, amoxicillin capsule is there. The capsule is made from agar. Some other vitamins, other drugs that are put in capsule, we use the agar to make this capsule. Okay. So we also have a dental impression. If somebody has to bite through anything so that we see the nature of the teeth, we use this. When surgery is done, and the surgery is going to be done deep in the body, so that the doctors will not have to open the wound again to remove the thread. They have to use agar so that the agar will melt and it will even help in the healing process during and after, or just after the surgery. So it is used as a thread, suture thread for surgery. I said it's part of hair conditioner, so it's a base for cosmetic. When you are doing microbiology, you have to grow bacteria, you have to culture bacteria. In the hospital, they culture bacteria to see what kind of organism is causing some infection in people, and they use agar medium to culture them. We also have other scientific processes like gel electrophoresis, where they are used, and also some people are using it as anti-drying agent for baked foods, so that when they bake food and they add it, the food doesn't dry easily, and when it's kept for some time. Charity, your hand is up. Would you like to talk to us?
No, it's an old hand. Sorry.
It's okay. So that was about the plant-like egg. It's not everything that we will talk about, but these are the ones of useful to some great usefulness to us, both in terms of benefits and also harm that they can cause to us. We have some protists that look like animals and they are very troublesome to us. They are classified. These are few, not all of them. These are the ones of medical importance. Okay. So we have the Zoomastigophora, they are flagellates. We have the Sarcodina, the amoebas are part of the Sarcodina. We have the Celiophora, the ciliates, that's where the paramecium belongs. We have the Apicomplexa, aka the sporose ones. That is where the Plasmodium parasite also belongs. So these classifications are based on their mode of movement, method of motility, method of reproduction, and some stages of their life cycle. So we are going to pick few of these, and in the next, let's see, in the next 20 to 30 minutes or less, how fast I can go. Am I moving too fast anyway? Is the speed okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So we start with the amoebas, okay? The amoebas belong to the phylum Rhizopoda. Rhizopoda, because they have these pseudopods or podia, something that is like legs for movement. So they belong to Rhizopoda. Their shell look glassy, like this one that we see here, some yellow shiny spots in their shell. They contain calcium carbonate structure. That is silica, let me put it that way. Okay, some they move by means of pseudopodia, like shooting some sort of force legs that shoot them in a particular direction whenever they are moving. So they move by means of pseudopodia. They are very, very, very harmful to us, some of them. Some of them are very harmful, very lethal to us. I don't know if you know the difference between diarrhea and dysentery. Do we know the difference between diarrhea and dysentery? Is there anybody who has experienced dysentery before? Yeah, Charity.
Yes, Doc. I think to me, I think with diarrhea, it's a kind of stool that is watery.
Yeah.
Only watery. But with dysentery, it's watery though, but with blood stains and then some little bit of mucus or phlegms in it.
Yeah, perfect, perfect. That's what I want to hear. Thank you. So these organisms, we have a species called Entamoeba histolytica. This is a very stubborn amoeba that causes what we call amoebic dysentery. So the person will be releasing stool, watery but slimy, so that when the stool is coming, the person cannot stop it, because the moment you try to stop, because it's slimy, there will be leakage, and the person cannot control him or herself again. So these organisms, when they enter into the blood, they may get to the liver, they may get to the brain, and they can be lethal to us. So complications arise when these organisms enter into our intestines and then enter into our blood and enter into our various organs and hamper the normal function of the organs. So amoeba is not really a friend of humans at all. Now we have the flagella, those that move by means of flagella, and we call them zooflagellates because of movement. We call them zooflagellates. They may have 1 to 1,000 kind of flagella available. There's this flagellates that we call the Trachonympha colaris. You must have heard of it when you were in SSS. That this Trachonympha is living in the gut of termite. They are living in the belly of termite. So termite eat all sorts of materials, including wood or plant materials. But the termite doesn't have the enzyme to digest the cellulose in the plant cell wall. So the Trachonympha releases the enzyme that will break down the cellulose so that the plant product will be useful to the termite. However, the termite provides shelter. The termite provides shelter to the Trachonympha. So that kind of association is a mutualistic association. It's a mutualistic association. But we have heard of sleeping sickness, okay? The flagellate called Trypanosome brucei. We have Trypanosoma gambiensis. We have Trypanosoma whatever, several names. And they also cause what we call African sleeping sickness, when they have a vector called fly that carries it in their gut. When the fly bites, it injects the trypanosome and it causes disease. We also have the giardiasis caused by Giardia lamblia. They are gut problems. So let's look at giardiasis. Giardiasis is an infection that we call fecal-oral infection, which means that if somebody contaminates food with fecal matter, and that the fecal matter contains gardiasis, and it goes into the mouth of somebody, the person also becomes infected. That's why we call it fecal oral route of what? Infection. So some of us, we go to the swimming pool and we swim. People are doing all kinds of things. Nipa na asa water, no you toilet kakra to swim. Then it is hovering around. People are diving, bringing water into their mouth. If you accidentally bring Gardia Rambia in your mouth in a recreational water, it's not only swimming pool per se, but any stream or any pond where people swim, it can be there. Some of them, water that we drink, we may transmit them there. Some have fomites. Fomites means they have organisms that carry them around. Okay, as well. And if you eat uncooked food or contaminated uncooked food, too, you can get transmitted. When this Giardia enters into the body of a human, the symptoms begin 1 week to 2 weeks. So every 7 days after being infected. And the symptoms are not different from any other kind of disease. So, for example, diarrhea, gas flatulence, greasy stool, abdominal cramp, stomach upset, and nausea. Some people, when they experience this, they may say, oh, it is ulcer, stomach ulcer, intestinal ulcer. Others will attribute it to some sort of thing. So you may not even think that it is Giardia that is really causing problem. And when it happens, there's loss of appetite. So the person loses weight, the person becomes dehydrated. And if the symptom lasts for about 2 to 6 weeks, it's not treated, it's deadly to us. Okay. So this is a flagellate. Okay, look at the organism with a lot of flagella on the body. This has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or more flagella on the surface. Now we have the trichomoniasis. It's a disease caused by the Trichomonas vaginalis. Trichomonas vaginalis. It's a sexually transmitted disease, and the trichomoniasis is sexually transmitted disease, which means 2 people must have sexual intercourse before one can contract it. This Trichomonas vaginalis, when it's there's infection in a woman, because it thrives well in the vagina, there are symptoms. The lady can experience symptoms of trichomoniasis. I mean, because it can cause the vaginal wall to become inflamed. We call it vaginitis. It can also affect the vulva, so that the vulva region, the person will see some kind of rashes or blisters there, so that, especially when one is shaving, you can see all these blisters. Sometimes they become burst and be like an open sore, has to be treated. Some can spread to the abdomen, causing abdominal pain, difficulty urinating, and even dyspareunia. Dyspareunia means painful sexual intercourse. So some of the ladies, when they encounter this, even before sexual intercourse, they feel pain in the abdomen, and sex is never a pleasure, but rather a sort of punishment to them. Yes. So the incubation period is 5 to 28 days. That means it can take a whole month before the lady will realize that she has contracted Trichomonas vaginalis. But because some of we, the ladies, we feel shy to talk about our genitalia. Even if you go to a hospital and the doctor is a female, you may even feel shy to tell, because the person will say, please remove your underwear, let me see what is happening over there. If you are shy, then you keep it to yourself and suffer. But if you want to live a healthy and a happy life, any problem there, don't trust yourself that you are healthy. So long as you have sexual partner, even if your partner is a pastor, don't trust him, because the likelihood that the person will be tempted and fall is high. In males like this, because males don't have vagina, these parasites, when they get into the penis, they don't necessarily produce any sort of symptom. Okay, so but they may spread, and it may get to the prostate gland, it may get to the epididymis, where these structures begin to enlarge. If it becomes extreme in the man too, the urethra may inflame and the person may have painful urination. But symptoms in males are not obvious. So we see that in males it is frequently asymptomatic, and the male can keep on transmitting this flagellate from one person to the person is a Casanova. Then we have the African sleeping sickness caused by the checha fly. I mean, the checha fly is the transmitter or the vector by the Trypanosoma species. See, the Trypanosoma species, if you look at this diagram, we have blood cells and we have the species here. If you follow the cursor, we have the species in the stained blood. And they are flagellated. See, you have the flagella at the end. If you look at this diagram, this is let's say this is a world map, and they are found in Africa, well, a lot in Africa. Ghana Kra is here. Ghana is endemic. Those who are in the Bono region, in the past that used to be called Brahafo, those in the Bono region, we have a lot of these checha flies in the forest. In the forest, and they have caused a lot of problems for a lot of us in the past. Ghana Atomic Agency some time ago, they said they were producing sterile males to release the males into the forest so that they will compete with the non-sterile males for partners, and eventually when the sterile males outnumber the non-sterile males, the females will have copulation with the males, but they will not produce young ones, and eventually they will want to reduce the population of these organisms. I don't know how successful that was, but this is the problem we find ourselves with. Okay, Solomon. Solomon, are you there?
Dog, I'm there. I wanted to ask a question, but let's move.
Okay.
Under the previous slides.
Okay. Then let me call Charity.
Okay.
Hello. Please, mine too is at the last one that you just ended with. Please, how different is candidiasis, the white that we always talk about, from the trichomonas?
Okay, so we will talk about candidiasis in our next lecture. Candidiasis is caused by fungus. Okay, and trichomoniasis is also caused by a protist or the flagellate. So the causative organisms are different, and
Okay.
the kind of problems that they cause to the person they are also different.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So this slide talks about different trypanosoma species. We have Trypanosoma brucei. It causes sleeping sickness. About 55 million are at risk, or approximately 0.5 million people are infected every day. Almost always fatal. Whoever gets this disease, if it advances to the brain, the person dies. We have the one that causes Chagas disease, Trypanosoma cruzi. 30 million people are at risk, and about 20 million are infected. We have the Surreal disease caused by the Trypanosoma evansis. They have a wide range of hosts, and they are endemic in Indonesia. Thank God they are not in Ghana. And they can be found as far as Australia as well. So what I want to summarize with this is that the checha fly must first bite. When it bites, it injects saliva containing the Trypanosoma species inside. Because the bite is always painful and itchy, you scratch and scratch and scratch. The more you scratch, the more blood rushes to the place, and the more the parasites get into your bloodstream and carried away. And the parasitemia, we are talking about the number of parasites that can form. So when the parasite load increases, the person may experience fever even 2 to 3 weeks after the bite. If the problem persists and it gets to the central nervous system, the brain and spinal cord, change in character and personality. Sometimes some people are not able to eat and they go wasting, becoming shrunk or emaciated. Some people go into coma. Some people get other infections in the heart and other organs. So Trypanosoma species are always deadly. They are not friendly. They don't have any positive impact on our lives, but rather entirely negative impact. So if you look at this diagram, the first diagram, this person was bitten by the cheche fly, and the person scratched the area for some time, and then it began to spread like that. But if you look at this person, there's the one below the bite region, or this person is chained though. This person is chained to a tree, and people think that the person is mad. Yes, the person may appear mad, but they don't know that there's trypanosoma that is working in their central nervous system, in their brain, making them think like that. This boy is in a coma, more or less, looking at the sky all the time, cannot blink, cannot do anything, because the thing has gone into the brain. And this person is wasted. The whole body, look at the skeleton. The person cannot eat because trypanosoma has taken over the whole body. So that is the problem with trypanosomiasis. We don't joke with it. When you see cheche fly, kill it. Don't pamper it. Are you with me?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are getting to the end of the first part. Let's talk about the sporozoans. The sporozoans are the organisms that cause malaria. Okay, they are parasites of humans. And they don't have any means of locomotion, so they have to be transported by a vector. Okay, so basically, Plasmodium is the typical sporozoa that we talk about all the time, carried by a mosquito. When mosquito takes a blood meal, takes the Plasmodium with it, the Plasmodium will be injected into another person, and they will develop in the red blood cell of the person, as you can see this. But let's look at another lecture, another slide. In Africa, malaria kills about 1 million children per year. This number, people say they have decreased over the years, but if the death is not reported, it doesn't mean that the number has decreased. Okay, there are some places that people are losing children to malaria. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful to protect ourselves against malaria. We have all sort of anti-malaria drugs like Gerifan-2, Mala-2, artesunate amodiaquine, chloroquine, quinaquine 442, whatever anti-malaria is there, Lonat. Yes, they are helping.
Tabia, heba mister.
And also Cajon. Yes, they are all helping, but they are not entirely like cure. Recently, they say that they have malaria vaccine and that they are injecting children in schools, and that even when the children go for weighing, it's one of the treatments that have to be given after some time. Then I don't know whether it is really helping or it is not helping, but we are just doing our best to stay disciplined. So those ones are also troublesome. This is the last slide. Talks about the life cycle of a mosquito, a Plasmodium parasite, in both mosquito and in human. So in human, if this mosquito bites the human and injects the parasite goes into blood, and it first goes to the liver. That is where it stays and it matures. And in the liver, when it matures, it is transformed to what we call merozoites. And when the merozoites leaves the liver, merozoites enter into the red blood cell. And in the red blood cells, some can become gametes, and some become other form that cause the red blood cell to rupture. And that stage is very important. It's called the trophozoite stage. Trophozoite stage. It's not in the slide, but you have the merozoites, you have the trophozoites, and we have the gametes. So when then another mosquito, as you see here, takes a blood meal, and the mosquito takes the gametocyte or the gametes, then that gamete will develop in the mosquito until it becomes a sporozoid, and the next bite, a sporozoid is introduced into the human, and the cycle continues like that. So that is the first part of our lecture today, and I will say thank you for your attention. Let's take a break and come back. How many minutes break should we take?
30, dog.
Oh,
10 minutes.
30 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay, let me tell you this. I want us to do another lecture, and if I have the strength, we will do another one. So if you agree with me, let's take 10 minutes break, okay? 10 minutes break. So that by 1:30, we are back.
Okay.
By 1:30, we are back and we start the next lecture, which is also interesting. So I'll meet you in 10 minutes time. I have shared the slides on the group page.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Isaac.
Please, that was last week. Some of us, we mistakenly joined Wesco, so we couldn't follow you. You know, sometimes they'll put their links and we don't see the difference.
Isaac,
So
last
can
week
you
I didn't join. Last week I didn't come, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. So this is our first meeting.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then we thank God.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you like
Then
today's meeting?
come again.
Did you like today's meeting?
Very, very, very well. I'm really happy with the lectures.
Okay.
Doc, this is
Yeah,
our second
everything
meeting.
Doc,
Yes.
but some of us joined the last weekend one. Oh, Doctor, is it Doctor? I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't
what I was
matter.
telling. That's
It
what
doesn't
I was
matter.
telling them.
It doesn't matter.
Last
We are
week.
one. We are one, and we are teaching the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We are teaching the same thing. We are all using the same lecture notes.
Oh, okay. But that place, Doc, we couldn't get their slides. So if you can help us with.
No, as I said, we are using the same lecture slide, so I'll put it on the group page.
Oh, okay, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Welcome. So 1:30, I meet you again. Okay, somebody has a question. I will answer when you come.
Hello, guys. Can somebody hear me, please? Hello, who is here?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay. If you look at the slides on the main page, we have lecture 3, lecture 4, lecture 5, and lecture 6. So who is having lecture 1 to 3? Based on the slides on the main platform. Do you get me? Hello?
Yeah, I get you.
If you look at how they have named the slides, we have lecture 3, lecture 4, lecture 5, and lecture 6. And I'm asking that, do we have lecture 1 to 3 slides that we don't have?
If
You can
open the group, go into the group. If you go into the group, on the top where we have the group icon, click there, and then you see document files and link. Set through the files, you find it.
It's not there. I've searched it, but it's not there. And I'm asking if someone is having, so that the person can place it. Do you have it? Mr. Opon. Hello, Madam Paulina.
I only have something on lecture 1.
Do you have lecture 1 to 3? Because what I'm having is from lecture 4 to 6. I think that there might be some elsewhere, and then we need to get it.
Yeah, then listen, I will share NHS 1 and 2 again. Don't worry. We'll share NHS 1 and 2.
All right, all right. I'll be happy to see that.
On lecture 1 and 2, taxonomy and bacteria.
Okay. If you have it, just resend it to the platform so that we can all benefit.
Okay. Hello, Ginger.
Yes, Madam Paulina, I've seen it.
Doc just said it.
All right.
But I've not got access to, I think, lectures on psychological basis in teaching science, nature of science. And I don't know if
So
anyone is here
which
that
one are you
can
talking about?
explain.
Are you talking about lecture 3 or lecture 4?
No, I'm talking about something else now. I
Okay, okay.
think the history of living things and the lectures on chemistry, organic chemistry.
I joined the chemistry class.
Yes, but I'm saying that diversity of living things and organic chemistry, they are available on YouTube. But apart
Oh,
from the other lecture videos are not available. I don't know if anyone is here who has access to them.
do you have the slides?
I do have the slide.
Okay. So right after this one, I'll place it there. I'll send it on the platform. I'm having all
Not
the
the
slides.
slide, not the slide, the videos they post on YouTube.
The slide that he is using for the lectures, I'm talking about that one. And that is what all of us are using.
Oh, okay.
So I'm having them. So after that, you can just DM me or I'll place it on the platform so that all of you can see it.
I'm talking about the
Uh,
videos they upload onto the YouTube page.
You want the
ah,
video instead?
I've not got
yes.
access
Some of us.
to diversity of living things and organic chemistry. The rest are not being uploaded. So I'm asking if anyone has access.
Okay, okay.
And,
I've
and,
seen what you are saying. I
and
don't
please,
think
with
all
the
the
organic
courses are.
chemistry, with the organic
But
chemistry, it's only the first lecture that I've been able to access. But the second lecture,
no,
I've not
the
been able
second
to
one too is
access.
there. The second one
The
too is
second
there.
one,
Please share it, okay? If you
Okay,
have
and then
them.
if you want
the
to
link is
see,
given
it depends on how you will search it. So you will just enter the course code. The course code. If you enter the course code, you will see it. And then make sure that when you watch the first video, you subscribe it. So the moment that you subscribe it, whatever
you can
video
have
which is loaded, you will see it. Do you get me?
All right, thank you.
Make sure you subscribe to their channel so
Yes.
that whatever video that might be uploaded over there, you will see it.
All right.
Sure. So, okay, who is here? Hello?
hello, we are here.
Yeah, if you are at Sunyani Center, let me know. I can't find my people.
Can you hear me here?
Sunyani
Center
Center, is anybody there? I'm at Sunyani, but as at now, I don't even know a single person. Minimum, yeah.
Shouldn't you go for it?
Minimum be I you
As I was watching Yanni.
Right, John was in Yanni.
Now, oh yeah, major anamano, biology.
Biology minor me a chemistry major.
Anything that we say, be no so baby, or almost we mano, chemistry mano, biology major. Anything that we are honor.
Wasn't we a group, maybe a chemistry major, Sunyani Center. I don't think we are many, maybe I have 10 people.
Yeah, myself, you, Mr. Eric, Gina, and then who? Gina, Mary, myself, Eric. I'm only aware of 6.
So you have all the names with you. Hey.
Yes, please. Every day I'll be asking Sunyani, and nobody is minding me apart from Mary and then Gina. They are the only people I have. But Eric and then the other guy, I don't know. You even call them, they will not even pick.
So I want to know that those who are doing the chemistry minor, are they doing organic chemistry this semester?
They are doing it. We are all doing organic chemistry.
Then we need to form a group because things are happening. I'm telling you.
We are all doing organic chemistry. Organic chemistry is a core. So we are all doing
it. Okay. I see.
We are all doing it.
We need to form a group else. Because we need to do something.
What do you say in Sunyani?
Me, I'm not in Sunyani. I'm at Tepa.
You do. 2 guys are in Abyssine, Sunyani Abyssine. But why you call them, they don't pick. I don't know.
Yeah, they won't pick.
Are you also doing the chemistry practical? The biology minor? Are you doing the chemistry practical?
We do.
Yes,
practical.
So how many courses in all?
We are doing 5. We are doing 5 courses.
5 courses.
5. Yeah, 5 courses. I can 196.
So are you going to register the chemistry practical also?
The chemistry and biology practical will be part. So the practical in addition will be 6.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back.
Welcome,
Thank you. So can you tell your colleagues that I'm back, they should join?
They will join. I think they will join.
Okay. So prompt them anyway for me.
But the group is limited to admins only.
Oh, okay. We said 3:10, sorry, 1:30. So I allow some few minutes addition so they could rush and join back. Anyway. So we can start, right?
Yes, let's start. They will join us whilst majority of us are on the platform.
Okay. Yeah, and that's good. Okay. So one kingdom that members are very, very, very important to us is the kingdom fungi. So if you have eaten mushroom before, you have eaten fungus, a whole body of fungus that you have eaten. If you have used yeast before,
wow,
you have yeast, it means you have eaten fungus. So if you have taken bread before, because you have eaten yeast with the bread as well, so it's fungus that you have eaten. So fungus is really
Dr. Pie.
Eat pie. Yes, pie too. You may eat fungus there. So we have several members of this kingdom. They are very diverse. So in the next 2 hours, I'm going to take my time to go through this kingdom fungus with you, and I believe you appreciate the good side and the bad side of these members of this kingdom. these organisms, they love warm environment, they love moist environment. So when you buy bread and you tie it with a polythene and you leave it for 3 days, you will see that something whitish is growing on surface of the bread, because the polythene traps the air becomes moisturized and settles on the surface of the bread, and if the fungus is there, they grow on bread. So the growth that we see on bread is also fungus as well. So we say that they grow best in moist, warm environment. When you study fungus, the term is mycology, the study of fungi, and the person who studies fungus is mycologist. So mycologists study fungus. The chemical that is used to treat fungus is called fungicide. So these are the basic terms. Fungicide. Okay, so a typical fungicide is seen here. It calls the green guide. And I'm not advertising for any company, but just to let you know. Yeah. First, fungus, they are not plants. So we don't have plant-like fungus. Just like, as for the protist, we can have plant-like protist. Fungus is a different breed of organisms in a different category. They don't show relationship with the plants. So we say they are not plants. They don't photosynthesize. They are non-photosynthetic, but they are eukaryotes, just like the protists, just like the plants, just like the animals. They are eukaryotes. As I said, they are non-motor, and they are saprobes. When they say they are saprobes, it means they live on dead materials. So if you look at this diagram, this is fungus growing on a tree, a dead tree or back of tree. So those of us who love mushroom, when a palm tree is brought down or fell, and then the palm one typer tips the wine, after sometimes, if the palm tree dies, you see some mushroom growing on the palm tree that we call the domo. Very delicious one, of course. Yes.
Doctor, are you from a village?
Uh,
Doc,
yeah.
I think domo is produced from palm tree.
Palm tree, yes.
That is the name domo.
That's why we call it
domo.
That's why we call it aswason.
Aswason.
Doc, that's why we call it aswason. Doctor, you are from a village, Ampa. We call it anangba. If you don't get fish fry, you go prepare soup. Yeah, ever.
Okay.
Anangba.
I also like that one.
If you don't get fish fry, you go prepare your last soup.
Of course.
Oh, yes. Some use it as meat.
Yes. Okay, so let's continue. Thanks for for sharing your experiences with this. So this is bread, this is brown bread, and whitish growth is on it. And this is a mold. This is bread mold, and it is a fungus as well. So the reason why I'm showing this is that these ones, we call them absorptive heterotrophs. They break down the food. They grow on the surface of the food, break it down into particles. Then they absorb the broken down particles into their body, and they utilize it. So that is how they obtain energy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, your hand is up. Sorry, talk.
Doc.
Yes.
Thank you very much. When the bread gets to this stage,
mm-hmm.
is it good for one to eat it?
Yes, you can eat it. I mean, people have eaten bread mold, a molded bread like that. Oh, it's good to eat it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So those of you,
thank you very much.
Those of you who are in the boarding house,
the spores will get into your body.
Well,
the spores and the mycelium.
So we have eaten fermented kenke a lot, the fanti kenke, the gakenke. Let me share my experience. When we were in the training college, our house, we call it Bella House. In the Kibi Training College, we call our house Bella House. And Bella people were noted for taking kenke from the dining hall. No matter what they do, a Bella person will get some kenke to the dining hall, and from the dining hall to the hall, and they will keep it for some time. Then every time you go to Bella Hall, there's heater in a bucket boiling. That time we use the silver bucket, so there's heater inside, and it is cooking the kenke, about a bucket full of kenke, one heater. but the kenke would be brownish or reddish or some yellowish in appearance due to the stage of the fungal growth. And people ate, and they are still alive today. I don't know whether they have died or whatever, but me myself, I'm alive, and some friends of mine are also alive like that.
Yeah.
Yes, somebody wants to talk. Is it a Paul Waffle?
Oh, it's me. Dog.
Papa Waffle, you want to talk?
Yeah, good afternoon, dog.
Okay.
Dog.
Good afternoon, senior.
Please, I want clarification on heterotrophs and then autotrophs.
Okay. So autotrophs are organisms that synthesize food. They undergo photosynthesis like plants. Like anything that doesn't depend on any organism for food, but it can make its own food. It's an autotroph. But a heterotroph is someone or an organism that cannot make its own food, It has to feed on other plants or other animals or other organisms, don't put it that way. And those ones are the heterotrophs. So that is the distinction. It is based on their mode of nutrition. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Doc.
Yes. I forgot to respond to one question. One question is what is chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B? So chlorophyll is a pigment in the cell of plants or plant-like organisms. So if you look at a leaf of a plant, it will look green. If it looks green, it means the cells of the leaf contain the pigment chlorophyll. Some plants may show red leaf, brown, pink leaf, and the leaf is not dead, it's alive, and it has different color. It means that it also has another pigment inside.
Like chromoplast.
Okay, like chromoplast. So the A and the B are differences in their chemical structure. People who have studied it into detail look at their composition and maybe the wavelength of light that the color respond to, that they give it A, B, C. So that is what I can say. So Bright, that's your question. Okay, let's go back to the fungi. Yeah, so I'm using this to explain what we call absorptive heterotroph or absorptive feeder. Absorptive feeder releases digestive enzyme from the body, breaks down the food and absorb it. And when it absorbs it, it stores the food in the form of glycogen. Stores the food. So this diagram is explaining the step-by-step processes in the absorptive feeding. Let's say these are the leaves in the ground, maybe in the forest floor, and these are fungi growing. So this tubular structure is called the hypha. We will talk about it a little bit. So at the tip of the hypha, or the plural is hyphae, at the tip of the hyphae, the chemical digestive enzymes are released. The enzymes pour on this substrate and causes the substrate to break down, and then the nutrients in the substrate are made freely available to the hyphae, and then it will be absorbed through the hyphae. So that is what we mean by absorptive feeding or absorptive heterotroph. Yeah. So we are still on characteristics of fungi. So as I said, they are non-photosynthetic, but as they release enzyme to break down substrate, they are helping in decomposition of the substrate. So fungi are very important decomposers, and as they decompose, nutrients are returned to the environment. Nutrients are returned to the soil for other plants or other organisms to use. So they are important decomposers and recyclers of nutrients in the environment. They are mostly multicellular. We have unicellular form of fungus, the yeast. Okay, yeast. We have different types of yeast, not just one kind of yeast, but we use yeast as a collective name for them. If you don't understand, you would think that we have only one species or one form of yeast. We have different forms of yeast. They are not plants, so they don't have roots, they don't have stem, they don't have leaves. Yeah, that is what we need to understand. When you look at this is a typical fungus, mushroom-like fungus. This whole thing is what we call the fruiting body. From the top to this part in the soil is what we call the fruiting body of the plant. And we use the term thallus We use the term thallus to describe the fruiting body, not only this part that the arrow is pointing, but the entire structure. Okay. Because it's fungus, it also has cell wall. And the cell wall is not made of cellulose, but rather it's made up of chitin. Plants have cellulose in their cell wall. Therefore, the plant-like protists that we spoke about, they have cellulose in their cell wall. But the fungus is different from the protist, and it has cell wall containing chitin. This chitin is what we see in the wall of arthropods or insects. So insects' body cells have, or body wall has chitin, structural protein or complex polysaccharide. Yes. So if you look at bread mold under microscope, you see it like the picture on the left here. You see like the picture on the left here. We have all these thread-like structures growing on the surface of the bread. So a singular thread is called hypha, and a collection of the threads, we use the term hyphae. So when we see hypha, it's singular. When we see hyphae, it's plural form of it. And this is what we see when a bread mold grows on the substrate. Some of the fungi can also become parasitic to another parasite. So for example, this roundworm, which is a problem, which causes problem to some people as parasite. But fungus can also grow on the roundworm and destroy the roundworm. So some fungi are internal or external parasites. Some parasitize other predators or other parasites. Yes. So for us humans, we have a lot of fungal diseases like ringworm, like eczema. They are external diseases on our skin and they are caused by fungus. The mushrooms, some of them are very edible, some of them are nutritious. We have some here. Some of them are very poisonous. Some mushrooms are so poisonous that when you eat, you laugh, then you have paralysis of your muscles and you die. So some of them are deadly, actually. So it's not every mushroom that you can pick and eat. You have to ask the experts which one is edible before you eat. If you want to play it safe, always be careful. Mushrooms can kill you within minutes. Mushroom can kill you within minutes. Okay. So some are edible, others are poison. Some have spores. They produce spores. Okay. So that the spores will help them to survive harsh environment. So if you look at this diagram, the spores come in different shapes. Some are like rod-like, some are like comma, some like spiral, some are oval, some look like kidney or bean in nature. So spores. But the spores can be produced sexually and they can also be produced asexually. So this organism is quite unique. These members of this kingdom are quite unique that they can produce both sexual spores and asexual spores. When we were looking at the protists, we saw that the spores are produced sexually, what we call sexual conjugation. But in fungi, we can produce both sexual and asexual spores. Depending on how harsh the environment is to the fungus, the fungus will resort to sexual or asexual spore production. So we will also get to know very soon that fungi can be named based on the structure that has the spores. So, for example, we have what we call zoosporangium. Zoosporangium contains spores that we call zoospores. We have the sporangiophore. Sporangiophore is this stalk, this stem that houses this round structure called, or holds this round structure called sporangium. And within the sporangium, we have spores in the sporangium. We also have some that are conidia. And in the conidia, we have spores called conidiospores. But the stalk that hold the conidia are called conidiophore. So whenever you see phore, P-H-O-R-E, it means it is the stalk. And when you see the geom, you see the geom like sporangium, it means the structure housing the spores and what we are describing as the geom. But we will still learn a little bit more about this in subsequent lecture. So, what is the structure of fungus? If we use the bread mold this is the typical structure. We have this whole thing that we call the fruiting body, okay, or what we call the hyphae of the organism. We call the hypha or hyphae. So a hypha is made up of this stalk that we call maybe sporangiophore, and the sporangiophore houses or holds a sporangium within which the spores are contained. So in this diagram, we see the sporangium bursts and the spores are released. But then this hypha, this cluster, has this root-like structure called rhizoid to keep it stable on the substrate so that it can also release enzymes to digest the food or the substrate. And this group is connected to another group by this stalk. We call this stalk a stolon. So if you look at a typical structure, we have the stolon, we have the rhizoid, we have the sporangiophore, or it could be a conidiophore, and we have the sporangium or the conidium containing the spore. So that is the typical structure of fungus. Okay. The fungus, as I said, can be unicellular, as it's in the case of yeast, or multicellular with a fruiting body called the thallus. Okay, and then we have the cell wall made up of a structure called chitin. I have also mentioned that. Some of you, your mic, one has the mic. Let me mute the one whose mic is on. If your mic is on, please mute yourself so that your communication doesn't come here. Okay, so that is the parts of the stolon, the rhizoids, and the chitin, as I said, is part of the cell wall of it. So this is a typical mushroom. When you see mushroom, you see we have the whole mushroom that you see is largely hyphae. What you see, they are these thread-like structures that run through the stalk, that run through the fruiting body or the head. And the same threads are also moving into the substrate. If it is domo or any other mushroom, it moves into the diagram. So whenever you are eating mushroom, they are just these threads that you are eating, and it's quite nutritious to us. So we have several hyphae, and these hyphae, when you have a collection of the hyphae, we use the term mycelium. We use the term mycelium. So we say that some fungi have no cross walls in their hyphae. Let me use this diagram to explain. So if you look at this hyphae, we have one here, we have one on the left. The one on the left is so uniform, there are no lines in between, while the one on the right has some lines in between. So each line is a wall that we call septum. So there are several septa in this one. Therefore, we describe this kind of hyphae or hypha septate, and this one we describe it as aseptate. So we have aseptate or sinusitic hyphae, which is without septa, and we have septate. And that is what I try to explain in this slide. They have the non-septate ones and we have the septate ones, and these ones can produce spore anywhere. They can produce spore in the cap here. They can produce spore in the ground or in the substrate. So you see there's a label here called spore found here. You can also have spores in this cap. Yes. So as I indicated, this group of organisms in this kingdom, they can reproduce sexually or asexually, and they can produce spores sexually and asexually for them to survive in harsh environment. Okay, asexual reproduction is the most common form of reproduction. I mean, that is what I said. All organisms that can undergo asexual reproduction, that is the easiest way. They undergo asexual reproduction when everything is favorable, conditions are favorable, they don't need any help. So they grow, they divide into two, they multiply, they divide into two, multiply just like that. Yes. And when organisms undergo asexual reproduction, because it's the same organism that is dividing, the daughter organisms from that, they are not different. They are the same. They are genetically identical. But when there's sexual reproduction, then you see that genetic materials from two different strains have come together. So the daughter organisms that grow are different from the mother organisms. But don't forget that sexual reproduction is utilized when conditions are very harsh. So other organisms can be classified based on the kind of spore that they produce. But we need to understand that spores are adaptations to life on Earth. Spores are produced during harsh conditions, so they are adaptations to life on Earth. When the spores are released, they can be dispersed by water, they can be dispersed by wind, they can be dispersed by any moving object. So they ensure that species will disperse to new locations so that they don't become extinct. Each spore contains reproductive cells that form new organisms. But first, we need to understand that the spores are not motile. They must be dispersed by wind or water or any moving object. That's really an important information we need to keep. Okay. So during sexual reproduction, in fungi, one hypha, which is haploid, will bring a strain like this, like the diagram here, and another haploid hypha will also come together. They fuse and their genetic material mix. So I said we don't have a male and female. We can have a plus strain and a minus strain. And when they fuse, they become something like the diagram in B, where spores rather develop inside this structure. So this is a cyst, okay, that protects the spores. Some people call it the zygospore. People call it the zygospore. But as I said, when the genetic materials miss, the zygote is different from the two strains, and they are very adapted to the environment. But within this structure or the zygospore, several spores grow inside. Several spores grow inside. Oh, asexual means of reproduction can be like fragmentation, where portions of the fungus will break off. There could also be production of spores. I said these organisms can produce both sexual and asexual spores. And burden, like a small portion of the fungus will pinch off. So if you look at this diagram, this cell, a small portion of it is pinching off. This is how yeast undergoes asexual reproduction. So there's what we call burden. Burden is characteristic of yeast, characteristics of yeast. Okay. So there are several structures in the fungus that can produce the spores, and we will use these structures to classify them one day in this lecture. So you see, this one has a fruiting body. This is the Amanita. This Amanita fungus, everybody should take note of it. If you eat this fungus, the way you'll be happy, you'll be happy, sir, you can die. You'll be happy, you smile, you laugh, you will die because of this plant fungus. So we should be careful not to touch this and even bring it to our mouth. Okay. So this is what we call fruiting body. We can have it. But we have these structure that we call the conidia or the sporangia that can also produce spores in it. And we have some penicillium hyphae. So all these parts, any part of the fungus can produce spores. Typically, we have spoken about the bread mold having these sporangiophores hosting or holding sporangia, and in the sporangia are the spores. And when the spores are released, wind carry them, and they are everywhere in our environment, everywhere on our bed, in our shoes, in our nose, in our mouth, on the food that we eat. Even if you wash your hand that you are going to eat food, these spores settle on your hand and we consume them. Yes. So based on the structure that holds the spores, we can have basidia. Basidia is what the mushrooms use to hold the spores in the cup. Then we have the ascus for the members of the ascomycota, and then the sporangia for the members of the zygomycota. So these are the structures that hold spores in different fungi. So based on the reproductive structures or the spore producing structures, we can classify fungi as this classification is based on their reproductive structures. Okay, we can classify them as basidiomycota. We can have the zygomycota, and we can have the ascomycota. The ascomycota produce spores in ascus. Plural is asci. Basidiomycota produce spores in basidia, and zygomycota produce spores in sporangia. So based on the spores produced or the structure that holds the spores, we can have three classifications: the basidiomycota, the zygomycota, ascomycota. Based on their mode of nutrition, we can have saprobes. Saprobes are decomposers. They don't cause any problem. They eat on dead. They grow on dead materials. And we have the parasites. The parasitic fungi, they attack living plants and living animals. And we have the mutualist fungi that grow with either algae or plants or animals, and they form symbiotic or mutualistic association with them. So this is also one means of classifying fungi based on their mode of nutrition. So we are going to pick them one after the other: the basidiomycota, the ascomycota, the zygomycota in this. So the zygomycota, members of the zygomycota, they produce, or we call them sporangium fungi. Sporangium fungi because they produce spores in sporangia. And common example is the mold or the bread mold, but also the blights that cause damage to tomato. They cause damage to tomato. Okay, this Rhizopus stolonifer is the bread mold. The Rhizopus is the bread mold, and it also affects strawberries. So if you have strawberry, you leave it, it can also grow mold. Rhizopus stolonifer. So all these growth are as a result of what? Like absorptive feeding, that they have to produce the stolon and then the rhizoids and the hyphae to break down the food that they can eat as well. So in this case, they are causing a lot of agricultural damage. Okay, like this is post-harvest losses, or even on the field, they grow on the fungi. The fungi grow on the tomatoes, and they cause losses to the farmers. And the members of the zygomycota continued. So this is a typical zygomycota, the Rhizopus stolonifer, having a stolon connecting two hyphae or two fruiting bodies. We have the rhizoid eating into the bread. We have the sporangiophore holding the sporangia, and the sporangia containing the spores. And these spores can be dispersed by wind or air to any place. So during sexual reproduction in zygomycota, two strains, plus strain, minus strain, they fuse together, exchange or share genetic material, and they produce this protective structure within which the spores grow. This protective structure is what we call the zygospore. So within the zygospore, we have all the haploid spores, and this occurs when the environment is harsh, conditions are harsh for them. So that is it about the zygomycota. Actually, we don't have any positive usefulness for zygomycota. They are destructive. They are either destroying our food or our vegetables. Yes. But we have the basidiomycota. These basidiomycota are what we call the club fungi. They are the typical mushrooms that we have. So they include mushroom, toadstool, bracket fungi, puffballs, stinghorns, rust, and so rust and smut. Rust and smut are fungi that cause disease to plants. Like if you look at this leaf, you see the back is yellowish spotted. Rust and smut are the fungi that are affecting the plant. And soya beans, typical example of fungi plants that are affected by rust and smut. Anybody would like to talk? Okay. Is there a question for me? Do you understand up to this point, please? Go on. Is it okay? Should I go? Should we continue?
Sir, my question was, I wanted to ask whether those that grow on the bread, can they grow on cassava? Dried one, the one they dry.
Yeah, if it is being dried and it is wet, they can grow on it. But if it's dried and there's no moisture, they can't grow on it.
Oh, so in case they grow on it, don't they have any effect on it or anything that can harm human?
They don't change anything. They don't have any negative effect on the kunkunte. You just dry it, and when it is well dried, you cook it. The temperature at which we cook the kunkunte is sufficient to destroy the fungi.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome. Okay, so as I was talking about the Basidium mycota, we have the mushrooms that are very edible. Some, not all of them are edible. Let me stress that. Some mushrooms are very edible. They substitute meat, or they even serve as the main food. If you don't have food and you get them, you cook, you eat, you'll be fine. Okay. Some are, they cause disease, like I've mentioned, smut and rust. Okay, so corn smut, the corn smut, you see, look at this is the corn plant, and the fungus is growing on it, whitish like this. It's very bad. Then these are leaves of soya beans. These are leaves of soya beans attacked by rust fungus. So they cause a lot of losses to the farmers. Yeah, so we are still on the cloud fungi. Any comments? Raymond, Danka Raymond, would you like to talk?
Please, no.
Okay.
I'm okay.
All right, then I will mute you. Okay. So you are still on the cloud fungi or the Basidium mycota. So they also undergo sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction as well. So seldom, but they seldomly, and I want to stress that they seldomly undergo asexual reproduction. Okay. The visible mushroom is the fruiting body I have mentioned, and in the fruiting body, especially the cap, is what we call the basidio cap. We have basidio cap, and within the basidio cap, when you pick mushroom and the cap, when you remove, it's like a strip. How do I say lines? Be a bit of sakura from like say if you have observed it. So each strip is a basidium, or we call it gills. Okay, we call it gills. Each gill is a basidium, and each basidium contains a lot of spores that we call the basidiospores. So if you really want to see, say, there are spores inside, and when you get any mushroom, cut the head, get a white paper, and place the head on it. After 3 days, when you lift the head, you see that spot is blackened, and the blackened spot are full of spores. So if you want to do mushroom farming and you get a good one, you can just cut the cap, put it on a paper, and then you can get thousands of spores from it. And if you send it to your mushrooms growing site, they will grow. They'll grow and you will get a lot of mushrooms from it. So if you really want to make money from mushroom farming, it is easy to do. Okay, so the gills, also called the basidia, contain the basidiospores. And we have what we call the annulus. Let me see if I can get a diagram with the annulus. I'll get back to you to that slide. Let me go back. I think I have a diagram. I should have put annulus somewhere here. Yeah. So some mushroom like this, this is not obvious. Some mushroom like this, you see something like a ring growing along the stalk, and that is the annulus. That's what I want to show, but it's not clear even here. So let me continue. Some of you are experts in fungi, so you know this that I'm talking about. Okay. Now, the vegetative structures grow in the soil. So these vegetative structures, let me go back. I'm sorry, I have to take you back to the diagram I want to show you. Not this one. The one with the mycelia I showed. So this is the vegetative structure here. Please, is this diagram visible? Is my diagram visible? Okay. So this mycelia, yes. Okay, let me continue. Let me see those whom I can mute for now. Okay. So you see, this is the several hyphae collectively called mycelia, and at the tip of the mycelia are spores. So these are the spores that germinate from the substrate to the surface. So we say these are the vegetative structures. There's another spore at this point, and they grow. So the vegetative structures are always in the substrate. The substrate could be the bark of a tree. It could be in the soil or on the ground. So that is what we mean by vegetative structure. So that is about the members of the Basidiomycota, their usefulness. Now the next is the Ascomycota. As the name implies, asco means the spores are produced in structures called ascus. Ascus is singular, asca is plural. So we call this kind of fungus sac fungi, sorry. Call them sac fungi. They are saprous. That means they digest the food substance on the outside and they absorb it. So we have red mold, we have morels, we have truffles. They are all examples of Ascomycota. And morels and truffles are highly prized as gourmet delicious. When we say gourmet delicacies, what do we mean? You see, people make cheese, and cheese is flavored with products from these fungi. So that's what we call the gourmet delicacies. But some members of the Ascomycota are parasitic. Okay, like the powdery mildew on leaves, they cause leaves to curl. Okay, there's a plant that we call the chestnut plant. The blight or the fungus that attack is chestnut blight. Dash disease also destroy trees. Those of you who go to Europe, you see that in Europe, I'm talking about Europe. I haven't gone to America, so let me talk about Europe. In Europe, they plant trees a lot. They plant trees a lot, and they want to enjoy the beauty of the plants, especially during the spring and winter season where the leaves come up and everywhere is green. They love it. And you know, it's in the springtime that they see a lot of flowers. Plants produce a lot of beautiful flowers. But some of the plants, they become attacked by fungi so that they don't produce beautiful leaves and they don't also produce beautiful flowers. And it worries these people so much. So the fungi are causing a lot of diseases to plants, disturbing people's appreciation of nature. We also have the ergot infection. The ergot, I will talk about the ergot very soon. So let me leave this and I'll tell you a story about the ergot. Okay, so these are members, some examples of members of the Ascomycota. You see this one, this one, the see is really common when we were young. We go to farm, especially during the early farming season. This one grow on the soil when the soil is bent or the land is cleared and bent. See this one growing. I didn't like the sight of this when I was a young boy and I used to go to farm, but it's now I'm beginning to appreciate it as a biologist. So members of the Ascomycota, they reproduce sexually and asexually as well. They produce spores in ascus, as I have mentioned, and ascus contain the spores called the ascospore. The ascospore. Now, there are some species of yeast that are also part of the Ascomycota. Yeast mostly reproduced essentially by budding. But there are some that grow in what we call conidia, and that the spores are called conidiospores. They're conidiospores, and that they also are a form of Ascomycota. I've mentioned conidiospore over and over, so I move on. Okay, we have the usefulness of members of the Ascomycota. They are edible, like the truffles, the morels are good examples of edible ones. Penicillium mold. Penicillium mold is fungus, and they can get antibiotic penicillium from it. Some ascomycota are used to flavor certain cheeses I've mentioned as gamot delicacies. And normal yeast for making bread, this is the bread yeast. They also used to cause fermentation in flour so that it can rise. More carbon dioxide will be produced and the product will rise. Yes, so let's talk about the ergot. Now, this plant we call the rye plant. They use it to make flour. The flours that we use to make bread, meat pie, and stuff. The rye plant. But the rye can become infected with fungus so that they appear blackish like this. So I did my research in some related to neuropsychiatry, psychiatry. So when I was learning about psychiatry and the various treatments, then I learned the history of a plant called, a drug called lysergic acid diethylamine, LSD. LSD. How did scientists come to this drug that is used to treat anxiety and depression? There was this scientist who was riding bicycle. I mean, he went to farm and he saw this rye plant with these black pigments on it. So he touched it with the fingers and then tried to taste it with a tongue. And when he tasted it, he began to feel some happiness, some kind of the whole world. He was on top of the whole world. So he came home, picked his bicycle, and rode through the town several times, very happy. People didn't understand, and he himself didn't understand. So the following day, he went to the field again and tested the same thing out of curiosity, and he had this same experience. So that is how he came to tell other scientists about the fact that the rye, black portion of the rye grain could have effect on the brain. And that through to that, scientists developed this drug called lysergic acid diethylamine. Please, this drug, if you have access to it, don't take it. It is very addictive. If you take it, the way it has a feel-good factor, it becomes so addictive that the person who's taking it becomes a drug addict. You know, when you take it continuously for some time, it also has a negative effect. Because this ergot that we are talking about that made somebody so happy as if he was on top of the world, it can cause poison, what we call ergot poisoning. It can contaminate bread so that when people eat, they can die or they can have other kind of mental health issues. It can lead to some sort of mental health issues in people who consume contaminated flour with ergot. So we are making medicine out of it to treat anxiety and depression and fear, but it is also causing poisoning in some people. So we have mentioned yeast before. Yeast is very important to humans in that it's used for fermentation in baking products. Some yeast are parasitic. Okay, they cause disease to plants, they cause disease to humans. Okay, and it is known that yeast is used in the production of glycerol. People are saying that I haven't tried it before and I don't know, but people are saying that glycerol is a very important ingredient in small explosives. So those who do suicide bombing and stuff, they can add this to their product. So this one, it shouldn't be sold easily to people like that. Now, there are some fungi that we describe them as imperfect fungi. We describe them as imperfect fungi. They are imperfect because they don't have any sexual stage in their reproduction. I've told you that fungi undergo sexual and asexual reproduction. But this imperfect fungi, they are classified under Deuteromycota because scientists say they have not found sexual stage in it. So this is an artificial class or group that have been formed. If today a scientist found out that or finds out that the Deuteromycota undergo sexual reproduction, the name will change or the classification may change as well. They produce spores even in conidia, so they produce conidial spore. The imperfect fungi are very useful. See, if you look at this, this is cheese. This is cheese, okay, and they have spiced it with fungus, so it tastes good, it smells good. But when people are doing deep surgery, or when there's the need to transplant organ like kidney, like heart or something, or the skin, the body of the person who's receiving the transplant is likely to reject the organ that is being brought into it. So to prevent the body from rejecting and creating complications, the patient receives treatment from drug called cyclosporine. So cyclosporine is used to suppress the immune system of patients who receive organ during the transplant, and really important. So this imperfect fungus is of so huge clinical importance to us. But the food that we eat every day, like citric acid, garlic acid, soy sauce, they use fungus to produce. Some fungus also cause respiratory disease, we call aspergillosis. Others call aflatoxins. Aflatoxins are carcinogen. If you remember, some 10 to 15 years ago, there was news that gakenke can cause cancer. Did you hear this news?
No, sir.
Oh, you didn't hear.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Some of us heard it.
Some of us heard it.
It was a big thing in Ghana and in the news. Why do they say gakenke can cause cancer? Because you see, some of the maize they are black in as if they are rotten. They look black in it. So the black maize is supposed to be removed. Whenever they want to soak the maize, they have to remove it. If they don't remove it, it is infected with the fungus, imperfect fungus, and they release substance that we call aflatoxins. So in the past, they were saying that the people who were making the kenke, they were not treating the corn well. They were buying all sort of corn, the one that has been weevil infected, the one that has this fungus infected grains in, and that they should remove it. And if they don't remove it, they are the contributory factor to cancer in the country. So people had to make noise to debunk it. But even if gakenke causes cancer, do you think we will stop eating gakenke? No, we will not stop. We will eat and die, because it's a staple food for my Ga people, and also those of us on Fanti land. We're also eating Fanti kinki from the same land. So what is it? Okay, let's see what is written here. What I heard was about Burkina. Okay, so they say the Burkina too. I don't know whether they say Burkina can cause cancer, but somebody told me that the Burkina is also infected with bacteria and other pathogens. But yeah, such is life. Even if Burkina is infected, we will eat and fall sick. Yeah, that is what human beings are. So we have the corn grains that are black and different colors than the normal one. They are infected with bacteria, fungus, and they release aflatoxins. And if we consume too much, it can cause cancer. Okay, other diseases like candidiasis. Somebody was asking about white. White is candidiasis. It's caused by the fungus called Candida albicans. Okay, there are some people that they have also rashes in their mouth and in the throat. We call it thrush. Okay, inflammation of the mouth and throat. And this inflammation, it is believed that people who introduce fungus into their throat. So there are some males that when they watch pornographic materials, men are licking the genitalia of females. So when they have girlfriends, they want to impress the girlfriend by licking. If you lick and you contain, the lady has this candida in that area, you introduce it into your throat. You have thrush, or what they call oral candidiasis, and it could be very harmful to the person. So we should be careful. Our ladies, we should treat ourselves well as much as possible, no matter how much love you want to express, prevent people from licking, so that if you accidentally contract fungus, you don't also infect your husband or your future husband. That's my little advice. Don't take it
I
personal.
hope
Who is talking? Ruth, you want to talk?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
please
my
talk.
question is that with the candidiasis, does it only affect females?
As I said, it
Or
affects males as well, but usually in the throat. The Candida albicans thrive in the vagina, and men don't have vagina, so you won't have it in the
on
Oh,
the
yeah,
even
yeah,
penis?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
yes.
All right.
But
Yes.
if you lick it and it establishes in your mouth and in the throat, then you have the thrush, oral candidiasis.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the fungi that form biological association, what they call symbiotic association. The biological association, usually fungus and plant roots or some other algae form. So we have mutualistic association or mutualism, where fungus and plant form an association. The fungus will produce nutrient or facilitate nutrient and uptake of water by the plant roots, while the plants provide shelter and carbohydrate to the fungus. We also have other mutualism like between zygomycota and the ascomycota, basidiomycota, and other structures. So the zygomycota will have association with plant roots. Basidiomycota, the mushroom will grow on plants so that we can eat the mushroom. So the plant serves as a substrate for the growth of the mushroom, and we also get the mushroom to eat. And so these are of extreme ecological importance to us, making sure that the food chain is maintained as well as helping in the composition of dead materials. This is lichen. Lichen is also a sort of symbiotic association between fungus, okay, and plant. But look at how beautiful it is. So some people are using this as an ornamental design on their plant trees that are planted in their homes and in their backyard, because they look beautiful and colorful. So lichen, they have different forms of the lichen. They depend on the association. You can have the foliose, you can have the fruticose, you can have the crustose. Okay, so it's all because of association between fungus and algae in there. So these are descriptions of these pictures that I have shown to you. Now let's look at the diseases. Okay, yes. Lichens are very, very important because scientists are able to use lichens to monitor the extent of pollution in the environment, because some of the lichens, they are sensitive to pollutants, so that the more the pollutants through the air, the lichens disappear. Okay, scientists are using the presence or absence of lichens to determine the quality of air around us or in the environment. And sometimes they can even take the lichens that are resistant to the pollutant and rather analyze them to see what kind of pollutant is in the air. So they are being used to monitor the quality of air in our environment. This is really important. But we have some that are useful to humans, like those that we can eat, the mushrooms. Some are being used to make antibiotics. Some are being used to make alcohol. Okay, some are being used to make acids and other foods. But they are also important recyclers, bringing nutrients by decomposing substrate, returning nutrients to the soil. As I said, some can be used to monitor the environment, and some can be used for research, like yeast is being researched extensively. But those that cause disease and those that destroy food, so those destroy food, they destroy lumber, they destroy paper, they destroy cloth. I don't know if it has happened to any of us before, but when we were in secondary school, if you have white shirt and it's wet, and then you fold it and you put it in a basket, waiting to wash it the following day or the next 2 days. By the time you pick it, you see black spots, mildew, black spots in the white shirt, so that no matter how much you wash it, the black spots will not go, and you will have to throw the white shirt away like that. So they destroy cloth as well. They cause human and animal diseases, and some of the mushrooms can be poisonous as well. Yeah, so this is the last slide, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fungal disease, the ringworm. So the picture looks ugly. Please forgive me if you don't like it, but this is the shoulder, the back of the shoulder that is infected with ringworm, and because the person cannot see, no proper treatment, see how it has spread. All right, so thank you very much for your attention. If there are questions, I will take. If there are questions, I will take. Otherwise, I will give us a long break. Ruth. Ruth.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, sir. Sir, please,
Ruth.
I can I talk?
Yes, please.
Okay, I have a knowledge with antibiotics, but I would want you to explain for me, are they only used to treat bacteria, or fungi and protists we can also use antibiotics to treat them?
So
I don't know if you get my question.
I get your question. Ideally, antibiotics are designed against fungi. Sorry, against bacteria.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
But presently, even viral diseases like common flu, like when children are coughing, they are giving antibiotics, hoping that the antibiotics will be able to treat viruses. But we don't even have proper viral diseases for this flu. But doctors are giving us antibiotics to treat it. So now the usage is extending beyond bacteria, but to viruses as well. Ruth, are you okay with it? Okay, let me call Ebenezer.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Doc. Doc, please, can we have tutorial questions and review questions on this course?
Ebenezer, you don't worry. We will talk about it next week. Okay.
All right, Doc.
Let me call Mr. Boafo. Upon Boafo.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask the same question, that whether we will get past questions for our private use.
Please, do you understand what I have taught you today?
That one I'm okay.
Okay, then that's my main target. But
100%.
If you want questions, I will give some questions. Yes.
Please, sometimes you see mushroom growing at the back of a tree, dead trees. Are they harmful?
I see what?
A mushroom growing at the back of a tree. Dead trees. Are those mushrooms harmful?
In fact,
sometimes when you prepare the soup will become black.
If it's edible and the soup becomes black, it's not bad. That is it. You have to eat. But though, as for fungi, they are so diverse that for me to tell you the one growing on the back of a tree is not harmful, I would be doing a great disservice. So we have to ask our elders who have experience with consumption of mushroom to tell if it's edible or not. Otherwise, we get the experts in mushroom and they will tell us so that we can eat or not.
Thank you.
Cynthia. Okay, please, can we take... Okay, Solomon.
Yeah, no, of late, I don't know whether what can I even say? Cocoa, is it the same thing as the fungi? Because some people will say they develop, you see it under their annual structure like that of the mushroom, and they will call it cocoa. So where from that one to?
No, the cocoa is not fungal infection. It's largely related to the blood vessels, the weakness in blood vessels. So they are not related at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I want us to have one more lecture because next week I want us to spend time to discuss questions. So I want us to have one more lecture so that we have sufficient time next week to discuss questions. So if you agree with me, we take 30 minutes break. We come back at 5 minutes after 3.
All right, Doc. All right.
Okay.
That's okay.
Accepted.
All right. Then please, you have to
So your
report.
time is what?
You have to report timely. We are reporting at 3 minutes, 5 minutes after 3. Report timely, please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your attention and understanding.
You're welcome.
Bye bye. See you soon.
Hello. The guy at Sianeno. Hello, Master. Oh, hello.
Ado, sunyani ada. Sunyani akoda.
Oh, now come with the number. Oh.
I'm so refused to.
Okay, so now are you chemistry major? And the chemistry major there, he was not supposed to be part of us for this biology lesson.
Samu.
No, we are all part two.
Yeah, in a home.
We are doing chemistry lecture, but I'm part.
He was saying that he's offering a chemistry major and
Biology
physics
man.
also.
So
We are all doing it the same time. We are all included. Need to have a chemistry major, but I'm part.
You say you are chemistry major and you are part of this.
yes, I am chemistry major, biology minor.
Myself, chemistry major, biology minor, but I'm part.
Hello.
Yes. Remember here.
Hello, what is going on? I went off, not knowing I was not having any bundle, so I went and purchased bundle. I came, everybody is quiet. Hello. Hello, Edward. What is going on? Is it closing? Hello.
Hello, is it break?
Yes. Yes, oh,
Okay. But it's almost 3. When are we closing?
3 minutes more to break over. I'm closing 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is due, but the number of us online is few. Should we wait a little bit longer?
Yes, please.
Sure, let's wait and see.
Maybe we can wait for 5 more minutes. Okay, I guess we can start now.
Yes, sir.
So the new chapter, we are not going to do everything. We are going to do halfway. If we do about 30 minutes and we have covered halfway, or we have covered the greater part, then we will stop. And next week we will do the remaining part of it, and then we will finish the last chapter, and then we will tackle some questions. So nobody should worry. Maybe by 4 p.m. we should close.
Okay, sir. So I want to ask this.
Oh, well, feel free.
Please, if my humble plea, you can spell out
I can spell
hello,
out what. Yeah, I'm listening.
the what we have to cover as far as this course is concerned. I mean, the topics we are to cover for this course.
Oh, I said we are going to do the 5 kingdoms. Okay, so we have done 3, and we are left with 2. So we should be able to finish next week.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, so if you agree with me, we start the kingdom, talking about the kingdom plenty right away. So, James.
Sir, you mentioned we'll be discussing sample questions. I don't know what time we'll be discussing that. I don't know whether after the 30 minutes elapses on this one.
No. The group, I informed the group that we will discuss questions next weekend.
Okay.
So Charity has agreed to that. Unless she changes her mind, then I will also change my mind. But I have to set questions to cover all the topics so that our discussion will be very broad. So with this, we have 2 more topics to finish.
Okay.
So when you are
So James, you may mute yourself for me if you already muted yourself. It's Kweku Mensa Edward. Your mic is on. So mute yourself. And then Mr. Opon Boafu to mute yourself for me. Okay, so that we will start the kingdom plenty. So from the beginning, all the organisms we have studied, like the protists and the fungi, we have been looking at the striking differences between these organisms and the kingdom plenty, which means plants are advanced compared to those 2 members or 2 kingdoms, or the members of the 2 kingdoms that we discussed. So plants are usually multicellular in nature. That means the plant body is made up of several cells that work together to ensure proper physiology, proper growth, proper development of the plant. Most plants are terrestrial. That means they are dwelling on land. It doesn't mean that we don't have plants in water. We have aquatic plants, but most plants are terrestrial, and therefore they develop tissue that help them to transport water and food or nutrients to the leaves, and from the leaves to the other parts of the plant. Plants are able to manufacture their own food, so we describe them as autotrophic, autotrophic by their photosynthetic activities. Plants have 2 life cycles that we call alternation of generation. So a plant will have a gametophyte phase of the life cycle, and it will have a sporophyte phase of the life cycle. So plants are characterized by what we call alternation of generation life cycle. Alternation of generation life cycle. Then because they are photosynthetic, they contain chloroplast, and within the chloroplast there are some pigments. So typical plant pigments are chlorophylls A and B, but we also have carotenoids as one of the pigments in some plants. plants store starch. Okay, they store starch in their chloroplast, and the plant cell wall is made of cellulose. These are important features of plants. I mean, these are important features that are considered before organisms are classified under the kingdom. Okay, so if we understand, then we move to the next slide. So plants, as I said, are mostly terrestrial. We have the aquatic forms, but on land, they live in a wide variety of places. If the soil is salty, you'll find plants there. If the soil is even dry, you find plants there. Even we find plants growing on the roof of buildings. Have we seen plants growing on the roof of buildings before?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, doctor.
Yes. So it means plants are very adaptive. They are very adaptive to several environments. So see that they are found in several terrestrial habitats, from the harsh or the dense forest to the dry desert to even the frozen environment that we call tundra. When you see the word tundra, it means that the surface of the land is covered with ice. So there we have the Arctic region or the polar region, where most of the time we have ice covering the surface of the land. Only small time that the sun comes and then the ice melts and portion of the land is exposed, but still you see plants growing there. So plant has a lot of adaptations for survival in diverse terrestrial environments. Okay, let me see. Some people want to talk. Isaac.
Yeah, Doc.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask if a moss is also an example of a terrestrial plant, because sometimes it can grow under a wall, I think, or bat house. So I wanted to find whether it's a terrestrial or.
Yes, it's part of it. We will cover it in this lecture. So it's so interesting to learn about moss. So we'll talk about it in this lecture.
Oh, okay, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. So they are able to adapt to different terrestrial conditions because one, they have roots. Not all plants have roots, but majority of them have roots that help them to absorb nutrients from the soil. And they have leaves, they have stem, and the surface of the leaf is covered with some kind of shiny coating that we call the waxy cuticle. And this waxy cuticle prevents excessive loss of water from the surface of the leaf. So most of the leaves, when you see
You say your screen is not coming.
Oh, really? I'm
Yes,
sharing it
sir.
already. Okay, I will stop and I reshare. Okay.
We can't see.
Sorry about that. I'm going to reshare. Now, is it visible to you?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, sir. Please, thank you.
Okay. Thanks for drawing my attention to it. So what I'm saying is that because when you look at leaves, mostly when you look at leaves, they look so shiny, especially when they reflect light. It means that the cuticle on the surface is waxy. It doesn't allow water to just enter into the leaf. Neither does it allow water to exit the leaf easily. So it helps in conserving water. Okay. Although the waxy cuticle is there, but there are some openings in the cuticle and also the other side of the leaf that are pores. Okay, are openings. They allow exchange of gases. As well as so they have stomata, or they have pores that regulate exchange of gases. These are the features that make them adapt well to land. Okay, some of them have transport system that we call the vascular system. They have tissue called phloem and xylem that allow nutrients to flow from the soil to the leaves or to the top of the plant, and from the top of the plant down to the roots and other parts of the plant. So the vascular tissue as a transport system for the plant is very useful. The plant has its own internal skeleton that allows it to be able to withstand pressure from storm and strong wind, because sometimes by the time we go, the wind has pushed the plant side that it is bent and the leaves are on the ground. But within 3 days, it will straighten up. Okay, it has that internal skeleton to withstand the ability of strong wind. And also, what is also important is that their gametes, okay, or if it were to be humans, we will say sperm and eggs, okay. Their gametes are always protected in some sterile cells, in some cells. So even the gametes are not openly exposed to the sun so that the sun will dry them or the sun will destroy them. So because the gametes are protected, they are able to undergo reproduction and ensure that their species are retained even in harsh conditions. So these are features. Plants can be classified into 4, or let's say 3 broad groups, okay? We have the vascular plants, we have the seedless, okay, sorry, let's start with the non-vascular plants. We have the non-vascular plants, then we have the seedless vascular plants, and we have seed vascular plants. So under the seed vascular plants, that we have the gymnosperms and angiosperms, and we are going to talk about these divisions for the rest of the lecture. So we will start with the non-vascular plant. So we have the liverworts, we have the morsus, we have the other ones like the Anthocerophyta or the hornwort. So we will talk about these 3 first. So let's start with the sorry, I'm going back. Let's start with the non-vascular plants. So as the name implies, non-vascular, which means they don't have the vascular tissue that helps in the transport of nutrients up and down of the plant. They don't have phloem, they don't have xylem. It is just like the whole body of the plant. That's the absorption. Okay, so these non-vascular plants, they lack roots, they lack stem, they lack leaves. They have 2, I've told you that plants have 2 life cycles or 2 parts. We have a gametophyte part and we have a sporophyte. So the gametophyte is the most dominant part of it. So for example, did I show diagram of morsus? Okay, so let's, I will come back to this, but let me show you this. So this is a typical moss, you see. Mosses grow almost everywhere on hard rocks and on blocks and stuff. So this tuft of green thing is the moss. And when you look at it, you see that the entire plant is the dominant portion, which is in this sketch, this leafy portion is the gametophyte portion, and it's the most obvious part that you see for most of the life of the plant. So we say that the gametophyte is the most dominant phase of the plant when it comes to its life cycle. The gametophyte generation is recognized as plant, and then they produce flagellated sperm that swim to the fertilized eggs per minute. That's fertilized eggs. So the obvious portion that we see most of the time is the gametophyte. But
so please, the gametophyte is the male part, right?
It's not necessarily the male part, but it's the main visible part. Okay, it produces both sperm and eggs. And what happens is that within the gametophyte, the sperm will fertilize the egg, and after fertilization, the sporophyte, the other part that we see, will grow from the gametophyte, and it will have this capsule which contains more spores. Okay, so that is the life cycle of a generalized description of a non-vascular plant, but we will go to them like one after the other specifically. So as I indicated earlier on, these non-vascular plants, they grow in damp area, shady area, and also moist area. They can also grow in dry area, but they need just a little amount of moisture, then they will grow. And when the conditions become bad, then they appear to be dormant. They don't have vascular tissue. That's why they are non-vascular. They have the multicellular sporophyte, which is always above or which grows on the gametophyte stage, because so there must be fertilization in the gametophyte before the sporophyte will grow. Okay, so sex organs are jacketed. They are jacketed in the sex organs are jacketed, or the structures are jacketed in the capsule after the sporophyte is formed. So in this lecture, we are talking about three types of non-vascular plants. We are talking about the liverworts that look flattened mostly. They are flat like liver. That's why they are described as liverworts. They are flat like liver. Somebody's mic is on. I think Mr. Jima, Emmanuel Jima. Kindly mute yourself for us. You okay? I think now everybody can see my screen. Everybody can see my screen. So the liverworts, they call liverworts because they are flat like and they are shaped like liver. Okay. Then we have the mosses. Example is Funaria. Example of the liverwort is Macantia. And then we will talk about the hornwort as well. So these three structures or these three species of organisms form the non-vascular plant. So we spoke about alternation of generation. That means the life of the plant has two parts, a gametophyte and a sporophyte phase. There are striking differences between the two phases, the gametophyte and the sporophyte. I'm not sure I would need to read this to the hearing of everyone. I think I can move on, right? When you read, you understand. I have spoken about them. Or you want us to talk about them again? Mr. Danko, what are you saying? Okay, so I would yeah, Robert, I can go on. I would encourage you to read. These are just straight points. Like I told you that the gametophyte produce gametes, sperm and egg, and then the spores will be produced in the sporophyte. So all these points are already mentioned. Okay, so now let's look at the liverwort as the first part of the members of the non-vascular plant. The liverwort belongs to the division Hepatophyta. So whenever you hear hepato, you are talking about liver. Hepato, we are talking about liver, and it looks like the liver. That's why it is called liverwort, and that's why the division is Hepatophyta. I've also told you that we don't have a phylum because plants don't use phylum. The term that's taxonomists use for plant is division. So please don't also forget that term. So division, there are over 1,000 species of liverworts. They are different species. And they are flattened. Okay, the thallus or the body is like leaf in nature. They are flattened. The body is looped like that of the liver, and hence it makes it like the name liverwort. People think that because it is shaped like liver, it can be used to treat liver diseases, but we have not been able to confirm this assertion. Maybe people have to do more research. They are not necessarily common in our environment here. So if I want to do research, I may not be able to do, but some of you may have access to this plant somewhere, and you can do research and see if I can treat liver diseases. Okay. So when you look at it, they are just like the mushroom, the fungi or the mushroom. They don't have true roots. Okay, so they have rhizoids. The root-like nature is the rhizoid, which projects into the soil, so that it will keep the plant firmly attached to the soil, and it can survive there. The plant or the liverwort, example Macantia, undergoes both sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction. So just like you see, it has a cap. Maybe you can look at. Maybe I have not shown a picture of it, but I will encourage you to look at the cap that we call the gemmi, and then so the gemmi cap on the upper surface of the thallus contain the gemmi, okay, which are more or less gamete. The gemmi are a group of cells that detach from the thallus and can start a new life. So this is just like sort of a portion of the plant is pinched off, and when it pinches off, it can grow on its own. So there's this plant that people use the leaf to grow. I have forgotten the name, but it has a very thick leaf that when you let me see if I can have a picture of it.
Phylum.
How
Hey,
do how
Phylum.
Bryophyllum.
Briphyllum leaf.
Yes, yes.
Tamia.
That's the name, eh? Tamil.
Yeah, the local
Yes.
Yeah,
name is
that's the
Tamia.
tree name.
Very good, very good. So the bryophyllum, the way the bryophyllum behaves is just like the liverwort. So hey, this is the picture. Oh, sorry. This is the picture of the bryophyllum, and you can see.
But I
Let me
have
do this.
some in my house.
Oh, very good, very good. So you see that at the edge of the leaf, we have the spores or whatever seeds that germinate. So when it comes to liverwort too, it's like that. Some small cap on the surface of the leaf like this can detach from the main body, and that cap will germinate somewhere and it will grow. So it's just like this. I'm happy that you are familiar with this plant. Yeah. So that is asexual reproduction. It doesn't need any gametes. Yeah, but when it comes to the sexual reproduction, the plant will produce two structures. One, it produces this structure that we call acinogoniophore. Okay, this is the body of the thallus or the thallus of the liverwort. Then this acinogoniophore, sorry, the acinogoniophore will grow, and when it grows, it has this umbrella-like structure on the surface. It has this umbrella-like structure on the surface. That umbrella-like structure is called the archegonia. Singular, a plural, singular is archegonium. So we have several of the archegonia. And then it grows another structure called the anteridiophore. The anteridiophore also has this cap at the top, or stalk at the top, that we call anteridia. I've told you that in this biology, lower plants, when you see four, you are referring to as a stalk holding a particular structure on top. So the archegoniophore holds the archegonium or the archegonia, and then the anteridiophore holds the anteridia. So it is in these structures that the gametes develop. So that the anteridia will bear the sperm and the archegonia will bear the egg. And when it rains or there's water, form of water, the sperm can swim through through the sperm, a form of water, to fertilize the egg in the archegonia, or if they all happen to step out from their vicinity, then there's the likelihood that there's fertilization. But if fertilization occurs in the archegonium, then spores will be formed within a capsule. And when the spores mature and it bursts, the capsule bursts, then the wind will carry the spores, or form of water will be carrying the spores to different destinations. And the new ones will grow. So that is about the liverwort. This is a typical diagram illustrating the archegonia and then the anteridia. So the anteridia, they have these structures that contain the sperm, and the sperm will swim and come and fertilize this egg in this archegonia, and then development takes place. So you see here, this diagram is illustrating at the top. Sperm down here fertilizes the egg, embryo forms, the embryo grew, you have spores inside, and then it will burst and it will germinate as such, and a new plant is formed. That is how sexual reproduction occurs in these lower plants, the liverwort. It's not so, it's James.
So can it be regarded as a flowering plant?
Uh,
The sexual
it's
reproduction is under.
it doesn't produce flowers, actually. It doesn't produce
Yeah.
flowers. It only has structures that produce the gametes. That's all. They don't
Okay.
look like flowers. The plant is so flattened. If you have seen mosses before, that's how these look like. Except that these ones are more flatter than mosses.
Okay.
Now we have the mosses. Okay, somebody else wants to talk. James, are you done talking, or you want to talk more?
I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, James. Okay, so we talk about the mussels. So mussels are very common to us in our homes, at the places where we work. They grow and they grow as tough. When you step on it, they are like woolen carpet, so nice under the feet. If you step on mussels with the bare feet, it feels nice under the feet. And that if somebody wants to have some kind of natural therapy, stepping on it may bring some good feeling to you, and it may help easing some burdens and troubles. So they feel good under the feet. They belong to the division bryophyta, and they have very nice, beautiful appearance. I have taken time to look at mussels, and in the gametophyte stage, this beautiful stage, this green beautiful stage that you see, is so nice. They look like they have roots which are called rhizoid. They are not true roots, and they have something like a stem with the leaves, like leaf-like structures, overlapping each other and towards the top. Is so beautiful. But biologically, in terms of appearance, they have leafy shoot appearance.
Hello, dog.
Yes, yeah.
Dog, I beg you. So does it
Yes.
mean that these mosses, can we find them in our bathhouse, or where can they also be found?
They are found everywhere on rocks, Even if somebody packs blocks somewhere, by the time when it rains, you see that the surface is growing green, and they are there.
Okay. Okay.
And even if you're a teacher, you go to school, you see that behind the urinal, or even the classroom block itself, yes, around it on the floor, you see them growing like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, dog.
Yeah, welcome. They are so beautiful. Yeah, Mr. Boafo.
Dog, is there any difference between the green ogre and the mosses?
Excuse me, I didn't get it.
Green, blue green.
The blue
mosses.
algae and the mosses. There's a difference. The algae are basically individual cells, unicellular organisms that may come together as the cluster. So they are blue green algae, like the cyanobacteria are eukaryotes, but mosses are multicellular, much advanced, and they are under the kingdom plant. Are you clear with it?
Okay.
Yeah. So there are 12,000 species of these, and as we know, if you have seen one before, when the environment is moist enough, they appear green like this. But when the environment is dry, they appear brown and dead. But the moment there's water, then they regain their green nature. They can undergo asexual reproduction by fragmentation. You see them as tufts of several plant-like structures like this. So these can split. They can split so that each one can grow on different environments. Yes. There are different mussels. I have said that we have about 12,000 species, and in this slide, I'm going to tell you about some of the mussels and how significant they are to humans. We don't just study them for the sake of studying, but we study them to know how they are useful to us and how we can use them to our benefit. We can intentionally grow mussels for our benefit because they grow like a carpet. So we can go and remove a whole chunk of it and bring it in the environment, provide the moisture, and they will grow. So we have what we call copper mussels. Copper mussels grow in soils where there's copper deposits. So scientists who want to discover copper look for the growth of copper moss. And if they find large mass of copper moss, then they know that they have hit a gold mine. They can mine copper and make millions of dollars from it. We also have what we call peat moss. The term peat refers to accumulation of mosses. Okay, so peat mosses, example is the scientific genus name in the Sphagnum. They have commercial value. Peat moss has commercial value because mosses are able to retain water in the soil. People, those who go into gardening and they want to make water stay in their garden for plants to use, they can grow peat moss in their garden, and it will improve the water holding capacity. So people sell peat moss. People sell peat moss. In places where the land is so wet and acidic, the mosses grow there, they die and they decay. And when they decay, they can accumulate, and people will use them as fuel. People can burn them for heat as fire. Yes. So peat moss is really important. The
Please,
other
sorry for what you read. I think it's read that moss do not decay.
Yes, yes, they do not decay because it's like they come in chunk. Okay, they come in chunk, so they do not decay. And as I was saying, it can be, if I should explain further, it can be used for a source of fire. And when they accumulate in the soil for a prolonged period of time, they become a fuel, like the coal or the petroleum that people harvest for, or how do you call it, they drill for commercial vehicles and industrial uses. So that is how they also contribute to the formation of fuel in the soil. But they can also be dried and burned, set fire to it to produce heat. That is what I wanted to tell. Exactly.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see when you have any bare soil. Like for example, these plants grow on rocks. They grow on blocks. So when there's a bare land and life must begin or must regain, we must regain life there. It is the bryophytes or the mosses that are the pioneer to grow in these habitats. As they grow, they release digestive enzyme from their rhizoids, breaking the hard surfaces into tiny particles so that other plant roots can penetrate and absorb moisture and grow. So they are the first settlers on bare soils. So when you are talking about ecological succession, where land must be reclaimed by nature, these are the first group of plants to grow there. They are used as food for fish, for birds, and dry plants body is also used as nesting material for birds. So the significance of these muscles are varied and enormous. They are not just, that's why I was even saying that we can use it as a psychological healing. There are some people that they have some sort of disease. They say that the doctor said they should walk on gravels, they should walk barefooted and stuff. So if you really want to stimulate the nerves in your foot, then it will be good you also walk or step on these muscles, and you have a good feeling. They are, as I have indicated, they are used as food for herbaceous animals. We have different species of mussels anyway, but some people are using them to feed their sheep, their goats, and others. Yeah, so even the animals that are in the zoos, some are used, they are fed with mussels. The spongium, the sphagnum that I mentioned, okay, in the form of peat, like they don't necessarily die easily, they accumulate and they are used as fuel. I have mentioned that before. I have also mentioned that because of their high water holding capacity, moss can also be used and to transport materials. You see, so when you want to transport, say, delicate materials by a ship or by a plane, and you know that if you put it on a hard surface, because of vibration, and those delicate materials may break. If you put them on morsels in boxes or in containers, they are cushioned by the morsels, and that they can be used to transport. And it's a cheaper material to buy to transport. So people are into this as business. Okay. Because mussels grow plenty on the soil and they hold water, they prevent soil erosion. Okay, they prevent soil erosion. I've said that they are the first colonizers and they help. So they play a key role in ecological succession. I think I have spent a lot of time talking about the mussels, and I take my time to talk about this because I want to stress the fact that we are learning biology and people ask us, what is the essence of learning about cockroaches? What is the essence of learning about mussels? Because they don't take time to find out about the significance of mussels, and that's why I'm taking my time to explain to you. And I also need to explain to you because whether all of us or some of us are teachers, and if people tell you, why do you have to learn about housefly? Why do you have to learn about cockroaches? Why do you have to learn about mosquitoes? You see, apart from the diseases that the mosquitoes transmit, cockroaches also transmit even leprosy, the bacteria that cause leprosy. Cockroaches walk on all sorts of substrate. They can transport them, and people can become infected. Houseflies also carry all kind of pathogens on their feet, and they infect us with disease causing organism. But you see, if we don't learn about mosquitoes, how will we be able to manufacture mosquito spray? If we don't learn about cockroaches, how will we be able to manufacture insecticides to kill them? So we need to learn about them, get to know their weaknesses so that we can eliminate them and they don't continue to cause diseases in us. So if you're a biologist, don't let people talk trash to you because they think that these organisms are useless. They are very, very important to us. And that is why at the university level, I made time to talk about this in that detail. But even this is not detail, but just to expose you to their usefulness. So this is the life cycle of a moss. Just like the others, we have the gametophyte stage and we have the sporophyte stage. So the gametophyte is the haploid stage. That is the stage where we produce sperm and egg, and the sperm will fertilize an egg. When the sperm fertilizes an egg, that is where the sporophyte will grow. So this portion is the gametophyte, and this portion is the sporophyte, and therefore this gametophyte is a haploid, but this sporophyte stage is diploid. So there should be fertilization. So you have the antheridium and you have the archegonium, which we have already mentioned. Now we have looked at the non-vascular plants. Let's look at the vascular plants. They are called vascular plants because one, they contain the tissue that help transport substances in the plant. Okay, these tissue are the xylem and the phloem. I don't know. I think at the secondary school or the GSS, you are taught that the xylem is a cell, phloem is a cell, but it's not necessarily like that. They are specialized tissues. They are specialized tissues in plants and they help in the transport of substances. So, for example, when you pick any wood, any part of a plant that we call wood, that part of the plant called wood is made of xylem. It's called xylem. So, if you are sitting on a chair, if you are sitting on a table, any wood that we have is the part of the plant called the xylem. Okay, and so the xylem helps to conduct minerals like water and other minerals from the soil through to the plant parts, the leaves, where there's photosynthesis. But when the food is photosynthesized, the phloem will serve as a medium of transport so that the nutrients will be sent to every part of the plant for the cells to use and for some to be stored. Yeah, so if you are eating plantain, it means something is stored. If you are eating yam, it means something is stored in the tuber, and it must be transported in the phloem. Yes. So vascular plants, they have true roots, they have true stem, they have true leaves, and the cuticle is covering the surface to prevent excessive loss of water, which I have also indicated that the cuticle are interrupted by stomata, the opening in the leaf that allows for exchange of gases between the leaf and the environment as well. In the vascular plants, the sporophyte generation is dominant. Sporophyte generation is also dominant. That means Or see, unlike the non-vascular plants where you see the gametophyte stage mostly, and then the sporophyte is just sitting on top of the gametophyte. In the vascular plant, you rather see the gametophyte as the dominant, producing the gamete in the gametophyte. Yes. So one of the non-vascular plants, I told you that the vascular plants, we have vascular plants, but we have non-seed bearing vascular plants. So one of them is the Coelophytes. Okay, they belong to the division Coelophyta. The people call it whisk fern. These are examples of pictures of whisk fern. You may also look up in the internet for more examples of whisk fern. People use them as ornamentals to beautify the environment. So, but when you look at them, they have something like, it looks like a ginger in the ground. They have something like rhizome that branches. Okay, the branches, they branch in the ground and they produce more stuff as well. They form biological association with fungus. They form biological association with fungus. We call it mycorrhiza symbiotic association. Yeah. So the area part that you see at the top here, it has some tiny scales that kind of are repeated along the part, and it's green and photosynthetic as well. So we have the sporangia that are located at the end of the branches. This superficial one that you see, the sporangia are there, and the independent gametophyte produce. That means the sporangia contains the gametophyte, so they are independent, and they are like sperm that fertilizes an egg and it grows. So gametophyte is found underground and penetrates penetrated by the mycorrhizal rhizome. Whatever happens is that when the gametophyte gets to the ground and it produces a sperm and stuff, they still form the biological association with fungus. Because the reason why some plants, when you transport them from one place to the other, they don't grow is that the plant has an association with fungus that allow the plant to thrive in its environment. And if you want to transport the plant, you have to take a portion of the soil around the plant as well, so that it can still contain the fungus for its biological interaction and survival. Otherwise, it will not work. And the same applies here. So I said we will close at 4. It's now 6 minutes to 4. I believe we can end our lecture here. And the next meeting we will start from the club Moss. And I believe we will finish within an hour and a half. Then we will have some time more. So thank you very much for your attention. I've spoken too much. I'm beginning to have pain in my chest, and I'm already not fully well, so I don't want to stress or push so much. So if you agree with me, we will end here. Paulina.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello there.
Yes,
Paulina.
Please, would there be a particular
Paulina.
Hello, Doc.
I wish I could do that, but for your good. Yes, there wouldn't be any practical.
Okay, thank you very much.
There wouldn't be any practical because the things that we are talking about are very common that we can find in our vicinity. So I don't want to stress you with practical.
Yes, Doc. And speedy recovery to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, my dear. And
God
thank
bless
you all
you,
for.
Doc. We really enjoy your lesson today.
Yo, thank you. Me too. So we will meet again on Saturday next week. On Saturday, remind me to tell you the topics that will be used for the exams.
Okay, Doc. Okay.
Okay, please, I have one suggestion.
Okay, do your or bring your suggestion.
Okay, I was saying, I know very well that they were recording this session, so I'm pleading that they put it on YouTube as early as possible, so we can go and have access to go through again.
Okay, the office will do that. The office will do that.
Because some of them is not yet there.
No, it will come. It will come, but you should understand. Even when they want to put videos on YouTube, ideally the videos should be edited so that all sorts of mannerisms like you see and me mentioning people's names could be taken out, and that the delivery will be smooth. If the raw is put there, then all the comments that were not really relevant will be there. But if they are sharing it on YouTube, that's also fine to help you follow. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello,
Apply.
Doc. Yeah.
Yeah. I salute
We
you.
have been very happy if you use this in Zoom instead of this in the Google Meet, because the Zoom, if it were to be Zoom, some of us could have recorded the whole lectures and share it with our peers.
Well,
but with
I don't know, but
Google Meet, you can't record.
It is not my decision to choose which medium to use, frankly. So when you have meeting with management, you can discuss with management. That's my suggestion.
Sir, don't mind him. We're okay with the Google Meet. Some of us will struggle with the Zoom.
The Zoom, the network
All right, that's true as
is
well.
very bad.
That's true. So
the Google Meet is better.
Okay.
It is not.
Upon
when the network is not very bad that we experience that.
I'm giving us this plenty load. Hello, Doc.
Upon what I'm listening.
This plantain.
Yes, yeah.
Have you given us on the platform?
I didn't get your point well.
I'm asking whether we have the news on the kingdom planting.
I have shared everything.
Thank you, Doc.
Welcome, Senior. All right, so Paulina, Cynthia, Raymond, Joshua, all the guys, Ruth, I can't mention your name, but it has been a very nice journey this weekend, and I hope we will continue next weekend. Enjoy the rest of your lectures. So, thank you, Robert. Thank you. And thanks to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.